will not benefit the state in the long run, will not make the state affordable in the long run, is not a solution, but is simply kind of election year engineering or gimmickry.
Lawmakers have 13 weeks remaining in the current legislative session, giving them until May to pass their bills. And the UConn women's basketball team is adding another game to the victory column. AZ Fudd scored at 25 points as the Huskies defeated DePaul 86-40 last night in Chicago. UConn is undefeated after 24 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Johns Hopkins Health Minute. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. Brain organoids, cell collections grown in the lab to study diseases like Alzheimer's, have created excitement because they are a bit more representative of a real brain. Johns Hopkins cell engineering expert Vasiliki Mataraki says there is another technique underway that is even more representative.
What we are trying to do is to make a system that is the closer that we can in the human brain. So the less artificial, the better. There are certain questions that you can answer with the 2D, other questions with the 3D, and now we are going a level higher. We are talking about assembloids. So assembloids is different types of organoids that they represent different regions of the brain.
Mataraki notes that such a system would enable assessments of how different drugs work in various brain regions, for example. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Coming up, we'll have more reaction to Governor Lamont's State of the State address. Is homeschooling reform on the table again at the Capitol? And should all K-12 students in Connecticut get a free school breakfast?
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2 on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that through our New Life Addiction Recovery Program, our program addresses the root causes of addiction, not just the symptoms?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Let your donation restore hope. BridgeportRescueMission.org.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321-321. That's METER to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
Christine Vitale joins us right now. She is the new first select woman of Fairfield, having won handily in a recent special election that happened on Tuesday. Congratulations, Christine, and welcome back to the show. Hello.
Thank you. Good morning, Lisa. How are you?
Good morning. So were you surprised by your margin of victory?
I was surprised, but you never know with a special election on how it's going to go, how voter turnout's going to go, especially, in February. It was a cold, cold day, but, democracy was out. Our democratic process was definitely on full display in Fairfield on Tuesday. It was wonderful being out at the polls. Election day is always an exciting day, and it was just, I'll admit, happy that it's over. It took up a lot of time and campaigning while also serving as first select person, not enough hours in the day to get everything done. So happy that the election is behind us and we can just keep on moving Fairfield forward.
And doing that, you saw, I think that Tony Wong wrote a letter. Maybe you didn't see the letter. Did the two of you have a private conversation in which he conceded? Was it a cordial conversation?
I spoke to the senator on Tuesday night. He called me, and it was a quick conversation. It was a busy night, but it was cordial. And we both. He's our state senator. We both love this community. We both serve this community, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So looking forward just to continuing to work together in our roles.
So, and you both represent the town of Fairfield, and hopefully you'll be able to coordinate on those. One of the big issues that has come before you, I know, is this UI monopole controversy, and you've been very good, your administration, in letting people know how to access Zoom. Today at 1 o'clock is a meeting, I understand. Tell us why the town of Fairfield is committed to this fight.
Yeah, the town of Fairfield is absolutely committed to just opposing the current plan that's been put forth in front of the Siting Council, which includes the construction of giant monopoles along the southern route of the Metro North train tracks. It first came to light when residents in Southport just found people from UI marking their trees in their backyard and learned that this project was moving forward. And it's evolved over the past few years. Originally there was still valid concern about UI taking easements of, acres of private property. Some of these monopoles were going to be negatively impacting our historical properties in Southport, our churches, the Pequot Library. As the line moves into town center, our local businesses were going to be losing part of their parking, private property for small businesses, which, as a top elected official, concerned about the impact to our local economy. And then as the line moves into Bridgeport, similar concerns about historical properties being negatively impacted in an area of the city that was really looking for an economic turnover right now. And as you know, a healthy Bridgeport is just a healthy Fairfield County. So concerned about the impact on our neighbors as well. So those combinations of the taking of private property, the negative impact to our small businesses, the taking down of, trees, the negative impact to our waterways potentially, just was enough for us to continue to fight this and ask UI to explore other options, such as undergrounding of the lines, sustainability. Burying the lines relieves the concerns about lines coming down in storms. We get hit by hurricanes here in Connecticut, especially being a coastal community. That resiliency of the line is definitely a concern, and want it to be sustainable. So we've continued to advocate on behalf of our residents. We've partnered with Bridgeport. This has grown out of a grassroots organization who is still very, very involved, and we appreciate the advocacy of our residents and the partnership that we have with Bridgeport and the advocacy of our state delegation in both Fairfield and Bridgeport. And this is very much to your point about just continuing to work together with Senator Wong. We even during the campaign, worked together on this issue, and we'll continue to fight for our residents.
I heard one of the callers. I don't know if you were on the phone listening, but we had a couple of callers saying, "Why didn't we know about it in Milford? And why should we have to pay for it in Shelton?" And these things are popping up all over the place. And my answer to one of the callers was, it's unfortunate that your mayor and first selectman and people are not looking out. This just happened because individual private homeowners found out, hey, what's going on with my property? And then they alerted leaders of their community. But it was like a bottom up instead of a top down. And now people are waking up to find these ugly structures that are impacting their own vistas, their own communities, and they're not happy about it at all. And I feel like a lot of communities haven't gotten proper notice of it. I live on the border of Wilton and Weston, as well as Westport, and these things are popping up all over the place. They're all over. They're ugly as can be. And they're way above the tree line, and they shouldn't have been allowed to be above the tree line. That's the issue, really.
Yeah, I mean, aesthetics are definitely one part of the conversation, but really what is driving much of our work and our advocacy is the taking of private property, that first and foremost. And as you said, it started with our residents, and then when we really took a deep dive, just the negative impact to development of our commercial corridor, the impact on our small businesses. Of course, we want to protect our historical, like the Pequot Library and our churches in our communities. Yeah. That's part of it, and this is going to be part of a larger conversation just in terms of upgrading our power grid, which is we all want that. We all appreciate that we look to the future, that there's a need for it, but there's different ways that can be approached, and we're looking forward to continuing the conversations with UI.
It's really, to me, Christine Vitale, it's just astonishing to me in this day and age. I'm in a home office right now in my home, and I'm looking out, and I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, maybe 10 swinging power lines hung between 2 telephone poles. The telephone poles are obsolete altogether as telephone poles. We know this, right? Because we don't actually do telephone via telephone poles anymore. We don't have hardwired telephones. So those structures are really obsolete. But they're not obsolete because they serve as poles to which these other electric wires connect. You know what? The truth is, in this day and age, they all should be one by one moving underground. They just should be. There should be a capital expense of all of these utility companies to start moving them underground, and they don't do it. The only underground they ever do is if there's a brand new subdivision, and then they're forced to do it, and they do it. But they're unsightly. They're really a relic in a modern 21st century world. We shouldn't have these swinging wires. And if you go down to Florida and you go down to the Carolinas and you see how new developments are being planned, you don't see these wires, Christine. You don't see them. And over time, we should be demanding. We have the highest electric rates in the continental United States of America. At least for that, we should be having some capital improvements. These things should be buried street by street. It's ridiculous.
Not disagreeing with you.
Right? That's just ridiculous. Anyway,
not disagreeing with you.
So that's my lecture. Christine, so tell me, so we've discussed monopoles and we've discussed electricity. What else is on your top of mind agenda for your own administration now? What do you want to do?
Well, right now we are in the midst of budget season. So my first and foremost, I've been meeting with department heads, and we're just looking at, making sure that our budget is cognizant of the real concerns our residents have about affordability, but also appreciate that they rely on the services that our town provides. So that's the immediate need right now, and we're just going to continue to engage the community to look to the future for Fairfield. And we talked about this last time we were on. We have a new plan of conservation development that was passed. Our town planning and zoning commission they're doing planning meetings right now. Development was a big talking point during the campaign. Fairfield is we're not looking to become a city, but we also appreciate that there's some areas of town in our commercial corridors that can be revitalized, and that would create more neighborhood centers, hopefully get people off the road, hopefully better support our small businesses, which will grow our commercial base, which will shift, more of our tax burden onto our commercial properties and off of our residential property owners, which is definitely a goal. And, so that budget first and foremost, and just encouraging our residents to get involved in the planning process for future commercial development, and also diversifying our housing stock for our seniors, for our young adults. We have 2 universities here in town, incredible talent, such a resource, but very often kids graduate and they go someplace else. We want Fairfield to be a place where kids go to school, but also bring their talent back as adults and bring their passion and their talent, open up small businesses of their own, raise their family here. And in order for that to happen, there needs to be, places for people to live of all ages and abilities.
You were the head of the Board of Ed. It's one of the reasons why people were comfortable, I think, re-electing you to this position. What happened with the Linda McMahon thing? What happened there? In other words, why was it announced and then taken back within hours? Like, what happened? And announced for an event that wasn't going to be happening weeks or months away, but like days away. What happened there? You must know. What happened there?
Well, the visit of Secretary McMahon was actually handled through the school district. I was not involved in the planning of that. I found out the day the parents did, and about the details of the visit. And I think that there was just concerns from parents that they shared with the superintendent of schools, and he made a decision to not have the visit take place.
Do you think it should have been handled differently?
I was not involved in some of those conversations. My understanding is that, when somebody from the federal government comes, they have definite protocols that they want in place. I think the superintendent was being responsive to those protocols. I would have liked to have been involved in the conversation a little bit earlier. I think it could have been a resource. Just as you said, served on the Board of Education for 6 years, 4 of them as chair, and would have liked to have been, just talked it through with the superintendent, but very much appreciate that the position he was in and that the purview of our school district and the educational decisions, the Board of Ed, that is their purview, and they do not report to the first select person, but we work in partnership. So I am very appreciative that the superintendent was responsive to the needs of the community. Parents reached out to him, and he listened and made a decision that he thought was best for our school community.
So did he consult with you before making the decision to rescind the invitation?
I did not talk to him. He made that. Okay. He made that decision. I was not. I was not involved in that decision making.
Okay.
About
it was
in terms of
the whole thing seemed to happen very quickly.
It did.
Yeah.
It did. But this was very much. It was not I think he was concerned about it being viewed as political. It wasn't the visit. Local elected officials were not invited to attend the presentation that was scheduled. The state delegation wasn't invited. First select person wasn't invited. So I think it was very much keeping it a school function, and the planning of it and the subsequent canceling of it was made by the school district.
And you thought he made a good decision?
Well, I think it's always a good decision when you're listening to the concerns of parents when they're reaching out to the superintendent. It's concerns about safety for their children.
Parents. It's not all. Obviously, it's some.
Well,
parents,
I think that it was probably enough parents from that school community that had concerns that he felt that he needed to be responsive to those concerns. And I appreciated that. Being able to change direction in response to concerns of the community, especially when the safety of our children are at the root of that decision making.
Why would the children be unsafe? I don't understand that.
Well, I think that there's just concerns about any elected official right now, especially somebody high profile. You come with added security, and we've seen just violence across the country, assassination attempts of candidates, that you just bring an added level of security and an added level of publicity, potentially, when you have a high-profile person come to town. And when you put that person inside of a school, I could see parents just being concerned about.
You don't think it was because of the political messaging, Christine Vitale? Because I do. I think it was very definitely, in other words, if President Obama had been in office and he had sent his Secretary of Education to the school, of course there would be heightened security. But I think that was not what this was about. I think we have to be honest what this was about. This was about the delivering of a political message that was really a message that people felt was propaganda and they felt was not in the best interests of their children to hear. I think that's what it was about.
I think that might have been an impetus for some parents, but I also think that there's just concern right now about looking at what's happening in other parts of the country with just protesting and violence.
But then where are we going to go with that? What if a Supreme Court justice wants to come and address, a high school? Like, what? How do we respond to that then?
Well, I think that is part of a larger conversation, and I think it needs to be a community conversation. And I think there's a difference between a high-profile person coming to a high school and speaking to young adults than having somebody come to an elementary school. And I think you just need to look at the parameters of the visit, what other things need to be taken into consideration. And I will say, when I was on the Board of Education, we had people that wanted to come, political presidential candidates, and we said no because we thought it would be disruptive to the school day. We didn't want our our schools to be political. We wanted to keep them focused on just education and the curriculum learning and the curriculum that was approved by our local Board of Education, and sometimes those visits didn't happen. And I think that, if we absolutely, for this visit, if it was another location or another age group, the conversation might have gone a different way.
Interesting. All right. Okay.
But as I said, I was not involved in the planning. Yeah. I was not involved in the planning or the cancellation. That's just, just past experience as being on the Board of Education and being in situations where you kind of, it would be great to host high-profile people, but then you sometimes take a step back and what is the impact on just the school day and the kids? And in this instance, it got messy in terms of how quickly it all came to pass, and I think that there were a lot of people had different feelings about it for various reasons. But at the end of the day, my understanding is the superintendent really just concerned about honoring parents' concerns and did what he thought was best, and appreciate him listening and taking action.
Okay, Christine Vitale, thank you so much for coming on. And we do hope you'll be a frequent guest on the show because, we cover Fairfield here on WICC very closely. And it's a big town. It's a wonderful town. So feel free to have an open mic conversation with us anytime you want to get a message across. And congratulations.
Thank you.
We wish you a really successful term, really.
Thank you. Just finishing up the work that Bill and I, we ran together. So Bill Gerber and I, and just building on that work, and appreciate everyone who came out and participated on the special election day. Great voter turnout. Fairfield's very proud of our residents, regardless how they voted. It was great to see that civic engagement, and we're just going to keep on working together, collaborate, and keep Fairfield, as I said, moving forward. It's a great community, and it's been an honor to serve as first select person these last 7 months, and I'm so excited that I get to do it for another 2 years or so.
Absolutely. Christine Vitale on the Lisa Wexler Show. Thank you so much for coming on this morning.
Thank you. Bye.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky this afternoon with a high near 30. Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's February 5th. On this day in 1930, Canadian baker James Dewar invented the Twinkie.
It's Twinkie the Kid! Wow! Howdy, partners. Come on to Hostess Twinkie Town.
In 2004, the world became aware of the words wardrobe malfunction.
I am really sorry if I offended anyone. That was truly not my intention.
And on this day in 2021, Weston's Christopher Plummer passed away, the captain in The Sound of Music.
Edelweiss, Edelweiss, every morning you greet me.
February 5th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. Let's go back to this press conference in Tucson.
No, not credible if there is no communication that follows up since you received it. Like, what's that timeline where you say, no proof of life, there's no more, this isn't credible?
I think we start to look at what the deadlines were in the note. First, I think, was 5 o'clock today, and then it had a second deadline after that. So we are continuing in a normal kidnapping case. There would be contact by now, trying to discuss that. But those are the time frames we are looking at as we move forward.
Are you able to say that second deadline that was given?
I don't have that with me right now. So thank you.
Sorry about that. Entertainment Tonight, Denny Directo.
Yes, my question actually is for Agent Yonke. There was a report that said the ransom came from an email that the FBI was actually looking into that IP address. Any updates on that?
Nothing that I can release. Thank you.
And then also, there's also conflicting reports about who was the last person to actually see Nancy and drive her home. We know she took an Uber to Annie's house, but can you confirm whether it was Annie or her son-in-law Tommaso who took her home that night?
I think the timeline that the sheriff provided was a family member, but
just family. Yeah. We're going to go with family.
Record TV, Vandry Piera.
We are Fort National, so we're not familiar with the area, so we think that it was a remote area. So my question is, why is it so hard to track a car or something suspicious that have passed through the area at that time? How difficult it is? Just throwing cameras around or something?
Yeah, you're talking about the challenges we face in some of being in a rural area like this. Those are challenges we face all the time. We'd love it to have all the cameras in what we would consider a more urban nature type area. But once you get out into the community, that's not the only part of Tucson that is that way. And we just find ways to overcome those challenges. We don't just disregard it. We still look at ways to find, for example, ring cameras that might catch just a piece of something. It goes by, it doesn't catch the whole car. Those kinds of things. We don't give up. We still go out.
But at least a car that came out at night.
I can't.
I mean, like miles from the house.
We have cameras all over, and those things are being reviewed.
Arizona Republic, Richard Willis.
I'm a different person, but pretend.
Did you get two?
Yeah, it's the second one.
Was that you?
Sorry.
No.
All right. Thank you guys for keeping us honest. No, you already asked your question, so we're going to go to the New York Times with Reese. And I apologize for getting your name wrong here, Reese. Thibault?
No, you're close.
Thibault.
Hi, Sheriff.
Hi.
The 212, the camera that detected movement at 212, was that a different camera than the one that was disconnected at 147, and where was it pointed?
We don't know that. We don't know which camera that was. When we did the software, it just told us that a person was detected, but I'm unaware of which camera that was.
So there were multiple cameras, and you're not sure?
Sure. There were multiple cameras at the home.
Okay. And is there a possibility that this is not a ransom
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut Siting Council met this afternoon to talk about the latest decision on monopole installation between Southport and Bridgeport. The council conformed to its written opinion to its decision in the fall to deny United Illuminating's application to build overhead transmission lines. A train derailment this morning in Mansfield has resulted in the issuing of a shelter-in-place order. Around 9:05 this morning, a freight train derailed. 13 cars in total derailed, and 6 of those cars fell into the water of the Willimantic River. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection says some of those train cars were carrying a flammable liquefied fuel. The rail line operating the train, New England Central Railroad, said that as it was a freight train, there were no passengers, just one engineer and one conductor, both of whom are okay and were the ones who called 911. Route 32 was closed between Route 44 and Route 275. Mansfield Fire Marshal Adam Libros says they are recommending residents in the area shelter in place with their windows shut out of an abundance of caution. The Connecticut Department of Transportation's Office of Rail is investigating the derailment and why it happened, and Mansfield town officials say the cleanup is expected to take a number of days. And the Yukon women's basketball team is adding another game. to the victory column. AZ Fudd scored at 25 points as the Huskies defeated DePaul 86-40 last night in Chicago. Yukon is undefeated after 24 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork exits 19 and 18, and again from exit 6 going down to exit 2. Stay to the left to get through. On the Upper Merritt southbound, you have it from exit 34 down to exit 32. Left lane is blocked. 825 connector northbound roadwork from exit 1 going to the 8 and 25 split, taking out 2 lanes. And on Route 8 proper, northbound roadwork exit 11 and 12A, right lane is blocked. 84 westbound roadwork exits 17 through 15 and exits 7 through 3. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So sometimes you look at something and you say, you read something, you look at something and you say, okay, well, what's the point of this? In fact, I would advise anybody listening to me, no matter what side of whatever argument you're on, or whether it's a state issue, a local issue, a national issue, you say the first question I've kind of trained myself to ask over the years is what's the purpose of this? Is this put forward by thinking human beings? I know, oftentimes it isn't, but what is the purpose of this? And coming off yesterday, and I want to call it a State of the State address by Governor Ned Lamont, which I guess it was, but it was a left-leaning, progressive, appealing campaign speech, which is fine. He's running for office again. I get it. With language in there about ICE that to me was completely unnecessary. Coming not as a statesman should. Statesmen or stateswomen, when there are times of hot rhetoric, somebody who was serious about cooling the rhetoric, they would. But apparently the governor wasn't yesterday, and he was buying in to the leftist nutcases in his own party and telling ICE to get out of Connecticut, whatever. And listen, people knew. You heard that. You knew what it was. Kowtowing to the far left of the party. So I'm sitting here and I'm saying, okay, well, what's the next step going to be? And I see this. And this doesn't surprise me at all. But the question I ask is, why? What's the purpose of this? And this is the following. Story today in Hearst, Jordan Nathaniel Fenster's story, a ban on masked law enforcement interactions in Connecticut is proposed by state Senate Democrats. Okay. Law enforcement agents, both federal and state, would largely be barred from wearing masks while interacting with the public in Connecticut under a proposal put forth by the state's Senate Democratic leadership. Okay, well, why? And I know why. This is to get this is obviously to get some more check marks on the board against ICE. But what exactly does this do for the scenario of illegal immigration and going after dangerous criminals there, many of whom may be illegal? What's the point of this? Now, we know what the point of it is, but I'm asking somebody to explain this. State Senate President Pro Tem Mark Looney of New Haven, Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff of Norwalk. There you are, the two guys that are like those two Muppet characters, Stadler and Waldorf, outlining a series of ideas in a recent letter to the co-chairs of the Judiciary Committee. If passed, the bill would place limits on the actions of federal and out-of-state law enforcement agents within Connecticut and provide protections and legal recourse to members of the public. Bob Duff said these ICE agents are not living up to what is and what has always been our culture, which is to have law enforcement be open and transparent and serving the people. He said there was no accountability, and it seems like they're only answerable to one person. And there's his gratuitous shot at Trump. It's what Bob Duff does. I get it. I understand it. It's part of his shtick. But I ask this question. What in the realm of the fact that we do have illegals in the state, and some of them are criminals, many of them are not, what is the actual difference as to whether an ICE agent is masked or unmasked? In other words, I know what you're going to say. Well, people can see who they're interacting with. Well, okay, I guess. But what does that have to do, part and parcel of the fact that ICE is trying to do a job, albeit they've made some mistakes? I get it. And the other thing is this. Do you know what doxing is? D-O-X-I-N-G. Do you know what doxing is? That is when you take images or information about someone, whether it's a big Hollywood star or whatever, somebody you don't like, and you put it online to have people harass them. Now, it generally doesn't happen with local law enforcement, and the reason they're putting local law enforcement in this bill, or the language of the bill, is to say, see, we're not just going after ICE. Stop the shenanigans. You're going after ICE. And listen, I'm not against policing ICE and making sure they do a good job. But again, what does this have to do with the fact that ICE already operates in this state, and they've been operating in this state for, I guess, years, going back 15, 20 years? And now the idea is unmasking the agents is going to solve what exactly? Explain that to me. In the day-to-day I'm not talking about, well, I want to see who's arresting me or whatever. In the day-to-day operation of ICE around the U.S. and even here in Connecticut, what does preventing them from wearing a mask do? Except maybe to put them and their families in danger. Should an ICE agent, the guys, I guess there are some female agents, I'll say gals, shouldn't the guys and gals of ICE be protected from having their photo taken and then being put online and find, oh, there's where he lives. We know where his kids are. We know where he lives. Should there be no protection against that? I don't know. I don't get it. Among the proposals are a ban on face coverings with some exceptions, A ban on armed military forces from another state entering Connecticut without the governor's permission. All right, that you could convince me of. Requiring a warrant when a civil arrest occurs in hospitals, homeless shelters, and other protected areas. Okay, I've got all that. But this whole thing about ICE can't wear masks. Why? I mean, I know what you're going to say. Well, we should see them. But what difference does that make? Do you think somebody, an ICE agent who is unmasked, are they suddenly not going to do their jobs? I don't think so. Are we in a scenario here where if an agent is unmasked, that prevents what? Fake ICE agents? I mean, I don't quite understand this. Help me out here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, everybody is around and going crazy about, well, the agents wear masks. Well, there's a reason. There's a reason, because they don't want some of the psychos, like you see in Minneapolis, going after them and their families. But again, I ask, and again, I know what you're going to say. Well, we want to see their faces. Okay, if you see their faces, what difference does it make? See, again, this is the kind of thing where we don't want to confront the problem. We nibble and crumble around the edges, and we don't want to confront the actual problem here. Is that you have some states like Connecticut and some cities and towns that don't honor ICE detainers. Some do, some don't. In about 2/3 of the country, this isn't a problem. So a lot of folks want to chime in on this already. Hey, I mean, my question is simple. What difference is this going to make? And we start off with this question at 203-333 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Simple question here. Should federal and local law enforcement agents be banned from wearing masks while interacting with the public in Connecticut? Simple question. What do you think? You want to put that in place? Fine. My question is, what's the difference? See, usually there's a cause and effect thing. Well, you know, something happens, so we have to change things. Well, what exactly happened? Except for the fact that you've got agents and their families getting doxxed now. Let me ask you something. If your son or husband was an ICE agent, would you want their face available to be put online? I'm just a question, because again, my question here is, how is this going to, by eliminating the face coverings, what exactly does that do?
You know that the most popular person in your office is the one who brings the breakfast. And this time, that's you. With a little help from the Voice of Connecticut, make your way to voiceofct.com and enter to win the Breakfast Brigade. We'll grab a bunch of treats from Cakes by Sonia and head directly to your office. Impress your boss and be the hero of all your coworkers with the WICC Breakfast Brigade. Coming to your office soon.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
There's no championship league for small business owners, but if there was, you'd be at the top of the standings. Because going pro with Lenovo Pro means you've got the winning formation, one-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors help you stay ahead of the competition. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo. In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
It sounds like
It goes
It's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free. So it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound roadwork exits 19 and 18, and again from exit 6 going down to exit 2. Stay to the left to get through. On the Upper Merritt southbound, you have it from exit 34 down to exit 32. Left lane is blocked. 825 connector northbound roadwork from exit 1 going to the 825 split, taking out 2 lanes. And on Route 8 proper, northbound roadwork exit 11 and 12A, right lane is blocked. 84 westbound roadwork exits 17 through 15 and exits 7 through 3. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I asked this question around Connoisseur today to a couple of people, and they said, well, yeah, the federal law enforcement people, they should not have face covering. I said, why not? You want their face out there so then people can dox them and run them through software and find out where they are? Well, they should be. Okay, and how does this help the situation? See, this is my point. This is what we do here in Connecticut. We avoid the actual problem that we have 125,000 illegals in the state, many of whom, the vast, vast, vast majority of whom, are not criminals. I'm not saying they are. But we have a wonderful way in Connecticut of tiptoeing, of doing twister, not to actually step on the actual issue. So the Democrats, and this will probably pass. Listen, the Democrats in Hartford, they've got the veto-proof majorities in the State House or State Senate. Now, it's interesting. I wonder if Governor Lamont was faced with this bill, whether he would sign it or not. I don't know. Because he sure didn't sound convinced by what he said yesterday. Before we go to the news, Carlos in Bridgeport kicks it off today. Carlos, you're first up. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. I'm doing good.
What's
I
up,
think
Carlos?
She's doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
I heard on the news that somebody brought their kids and they ended up getting gassed or smokes or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, what is this, a public hanging? What are these people doing?
Yeah,
are they crazy? Why are you bringing your kids to an event like that?
Carlos? And if you're that bent on going to the protest, then put your kid with somebody, your sister, your mother, something like that. A 7-year-old kid.
Set them far back enough where they can maybe see it, but they're not going to be right up there where they're going to get hit with something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, Carlos. I mean, would you? I don't know whether you have any kids. I have a son. There's no way I would have bought my son to a protest at 7.
Not.
No.
It's not.
No.
It's ridiculous. They can see it on TV.
Yeah.
They can see it on the internet.
Yeah.
They don't have to be right there.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Carlos.
You're right. There are a lot. I worked in the kitchen all my life in a lot of different states.
Yeah.
There's a lot of illegals everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everywhere.
And they are.
And like you said, they're not all bad people.
No.
But you know what? They still crossed over here.
Well, again, and that is, and Carlos, thank you for the call, my friend. Appreciate it there. Carlos in Bridgeport, first time from hearing him. Yes. The vast majority of people that are in that category are probably fine. We know that. But again, well, we're not going to have the feds wear masks. Okay, but what does that do for the overall issue? Yeah, you feel real good. You can puff your chest out at your constituents there. But how does that solve the problem? How does that solve the issue at hand? Pete in Milford's here. Pete, how are you, sir? What's up?
How you been, Paul?
I'm good, Pete. How you been?
All right. Haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah.
I think not only what you said is, and it's a really good probable cause. Yeah, they don't want to be identified and be stalked by nutcases. But I think also too, you're dealing with illegal aliens. A lot of them have chicken pox and stuff like that. They use the face mask for medical, protection too, because they might get bodily fluids might pass,
Yeah, and that
spitting or.
Yeah, and Pete, thank you, appreciate it. I'm sure that's probably some of it. Or it'd be good to hear from you again. It's been a while, like you said. Listen, they don't want their full face out there. I'm sure because they know that they're dealing with some illegals who may be involved in gangs. But you know what? Even more than the illegals, you know who I would fear? These mostly white left-wing nut jobs like you see in Minneapolis. Like I say, love the Twin Cities, but come on. Minneapolis is a fishbowl of crazy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork, exits 19 and 18. Left lane is blocked, and further south, more construction. Exit 6 down to 2. Right lane is blocked. On the Upper Merritt southbound, roadwork from exit 34 down to 32 in the left lane. 825 connector northbound, construction from exit 1 up to the 825 split, taking out 2 lanes. And on Route 8 proper northbound, construction between exit 11 and 12A. And on 84 westbound, you have at exit 17 through 15 and exit 7 through 3. Stay to the left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow and will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Digital sources, which includes banks, social media companies, phone companies, and any other organizations where a digital footprint could have been captured. All this information provides data points and helps put the picture together. And we will be in the community continuing to conduct a thorough investigation with our partners. You heard about us out there last night. We will be back out there today. I would ask the media, give our investigators the space to do their jobs while they're out there. Next, regarding the ransom letter. We are aware of a ransom letter that was sent to the local media and then to national outlets. As with every lead, we are taking it seriously. We are in communication with the family, and while we advise and recommend from a law enforcement perspective, any action taken on any ransom is ultimately decided by the family. Thank you to those in the community that have...
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Stamford Board of Education will host a public hearing tonight on the city's education budget. One of the concerns for the proposed budget is adjusting back to the original high school scheduling and handling the offset of potential costs related to that change. The meeting will be done in person, but people can also connect online. It's at 7 p.m., and the Zoom link can be found at stanfordpublicschools.org under the Board of Ed section. The death of an inmate from the Garner Correctional Institution in Newtown is under investigation. Staff found the inmate unresponsive in his cell around 6:45 a.m. Monday and began life-saving measures, according to the State Department of Corrections. He was pronounced dead at a hospital. Serving on jury duty while a civic responsibility is often an inconvenience for working adults, but just imagine being a 4-year-old and being summoned. That was the case for one Darien preschooler who received her jury summons in the mail recently, of course, by mistake, as young Zara's name was likely drawn from the Connecticut Department of Revenue Services, which the state judicial branch says is the only agency that doesn't provide birth dates when drawing names. A train derailment this morning in Mansfield has resulted in the issue of a shelter-in-place order. Now, Route 32 between Route 44 and Route 275 was closed. Around 9:05 this morning, a freight train derailed. 13 cars in total derailed, and 6 of those cars fell into the water of the Willimantic River. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection says some of those train cars were carrying a flammable liquefied fuel. The rail line operating the train, New England Central Railroad, said that as it was a freight train, there were no passengers on the train, just one engineer and one conductor, both of whom are okay and were the ones who called 911. Mansfield Fire Marshal Adam Libros says they are recommending residents in the area shelter in place with their windows shut out of an abundance of caution. The Connecticut Department of Transportation's Office of Rail is investigating the derailment and why it happened, and Mansfield town officials say the cleanup is expected to take a number of days. Reaction is continuing to pour in to Governor Ned Lamont's State of the State address Wednesday. Among his priorities, Lamont proposed sending families energy rebates of about $400 to help with heating and cooling costs. The rebates would be funded by strong capital gains revenue from artificial intelligence stocks. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, a declared Republican candidate for governor, expressed his displeasure with Lamont's address and specifically his energy plan, including the rebate.
It kind of abandons the notions of good government from Governor Lamont and is embracing kind of cynical election year policymaking that will not benefit the state in the long run, will not make the state affordable in the long run, is not a solution, but is simply kind of election year engineering or gimmickry.
Lawmakers have 13 weeks remaining in the current legislative session, giving them until May to pass their bills. One Connecticut resident has reason to celebrate this week, or rather 6.8 million reasons to celebrate. That was the dollar amount of the winning lottery ticket sold at the Big Y in Groton Tuesday. All 6 numbers matched to hit the $6.8 million jackpot. The lump sum on that was just over $4 million. And if you're still undecided on who you're picking to win the Super Bowl this weekend, then just leave it to the Seals. Wednesday, the annual Maritime Aquarium Super Bowl pick happened, with Mikey, the 2-year-old gray seal, choosing the New England Patriots to beat the Seattle Seahawks. The precise science behind the pick is a staff member throwing 2 footballs and Mikey retrieving the one he, quote, thinks will win the game. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork, exits 19 and 18. Left lane is blocked, and further south, more construction. Exit 6 down to 2. Right lane is blocked. On the Upper Merritt southbound, roadwork from exit 34 down to 32 in the left lane. 825 connector northbound, construction from exit 1 up to the 825 split, taking out 2 lanes. And on Route 8 proper northbound, construction between exit 11 and 12A. And on 84 westbound, you have it exit 17 through 15 and exit 7 through 3. Stay to the left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, with a low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So the state Senate Democrats, the 2 main leaders there, Bob Duff of Norwalk, Martin Looney of New Haven, proposing a bill that would ban state and federal law enforcement agencies from wearing masks while interacting with the public. Now, this is not a problem for local law enforcement agencies. Now, they're putting that in there because they want to soften it a little bit. Say, see, we're not going after ICE. Well, they are, and that's okay. I would expect them to go after ICE. Come on, Marty. Come on, Bob. Don't BS us. Just be honest. You're going after ICE. Okay, which is fine. So they don't want ICE to be able to wear masks when they're out on patrol or arresting somebody. So before we get to the phones back here, let's look at two scenarios. They have a warrant, or they know who they're getting, whether it's a guy or a gal or whatever. It's a high level, medium level, low level criminal. Okay, they're he or she is. We're going to arrest them. So they arrest them, and the ICE agents are wearing masks. Okay, and then imagine the opposite scenario where they arrest them and the ICE agents are not wearing masks. What's the difference? No, seriously, I'm asking. What you tell me? What's the difference? They found somebody they wanted. They had the proper documentation, and they made the arrest. Well, Paul, a person should be able to see who arrests them. Why? Says who? Especially in some scenarios in other parts of the country where the minute ICE walks up to somebody, they've got 15 camera phones in their face, and people are obviously taking that video and putting it through facial recognition software to find out who that person is, where they live, whether they have wives or kids. Don't think it's not going on, because it isn't. It is, by the way. So here's the bigger question. Do the agents, now they're going to be wearing body cams, I guess, which is good. I'm all for that. Do the agents deserve protection? It's a simple question. Yes or no? Do the ICE agents deserve even a modicum of protection from some of these lunatics out there? Now, again, a lot of people out there are peaceful protesters. They don't like what's going on. They make themselves known. Some of them are like that. The others, especially some of these idiots in Minneapolis, are not. And I ask you, if you, for example, have a relative, a son, a nephew, a grandson, a husband that's an ICE officer, what do you, and if given the choice that male relative of yours can wear a mask or not, what are you going to say? Come on, you know what you're going to say. You would like your grandson or your sons or your nephews or your boyfriends or your husband's identity shielded, because they're dealing with some pretty, in some occasions, even connected to human trafficking, child sexual abuse. They're dealing with some pretty evil people. Not that the local cops aren't, but come on. This has nothing to do with local police. They're putting it in the bill because they want to say, oh, see, we're even keeping the local cops at bay. Oh, stop. Again, it's what we do here in Connecticut. We nibble around the edges as if ICE is the problem. See, that's what Bob Duff and Martin Looney are saying. ICE is the problem. Illegals aren't. Illegal criminality isn't. ICE is the problem. That's what they say. Henry's on the phone. Henry, how are you, sir? What's up?
Paulie, you asked for the difference. The difference. And please, I didn't call to argue.
Okay,
so
that's
argue,
good.
But
all
the
right.
difference is this is the one different forms of law enforcement on the country, from judges right down to the guy on the walking the beat. This is the first time whatever the number, thousands, they give them their license to carry, firearms now and whatever, but they have immunity.
All right.
See, the cops don't have immunity. Judges don't have immunity. You, me, nobody has immunity, especially personnel of authority with a firearm. When you give them immunity, and by the way, 80 million people, so they have this. He has the support of this country.
Yeah, I know. It always goes back. It always goes back to Henry. Let me ask you something. Henry, let me ask you something. All right, that's enough. I can't. I try. I really do. I simply wanted to ask Henry if that was his son or his grandson or his nephew or his great-grandson going out there with the choice of wearing a mask or not wearing a mask, what would he prefer? I tried to ask the question. I tried. I really did. Rick, hang on. You're up next. Paul in North Haven. Hey, geez, I try to just ask simple questions, and again, like clockwork, we sent it all back to Trump.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes and Retirement event February 10th and 12th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork, exits 19 and 18. Left lane is blocked, and further south, more construction. Exit 6 down to 2. Right lane is blocked. On the Upper Merritt southbound, roadwork from exit 34 down to 32 in the left lane. 825 connector northbound construction from exit 1 up to the 825 split, taking out 2 lanes. And on Route 8 proper northbound, construction between exit 11 and 12A. And on 84 westbound, you have at exit 17 through 15 and exit 7 through 3. Stay to the left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Always live, always local, and always with something on his mind. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, look, I just want you to be honest with me, and if you're honest, I'll respect you even more. Not that I don't respect you. I respect everybody to a point. If you're a chooch, I'm not going to respect you. As my mother used to say, look at that cavone over there. That's it. The cavones don't get respected. I'm kidding. I love everybody. I just love you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, one of the big demands nationally in Congress and here in the state Senate is that ICE agents can't wear masks. And people say, well, the cops don't wear masks. Understand something. The cops are not dealing with the same brand of sicko that ICE agents deal with. Okay? The cops deal with a completely different level of crime. Part of the reason the ICE agents wear masks, and I'm not saying every ICE agent is perfect, don't put those words in my mouth. But part of the reason is there's a push by the anti-ICE left to dox these people. Doxing is called. If you get a clear image of somebody on your phone, then they try and put that image up and see if they can find out who that ICE agent is, where he lives, where do his kids go to school. Folks, these people are nuts. Okay, these anti-ICE people make the local criminal who knocks off a convenience store. That guy who knocks off a convenience store is a Yale professor compared to some of these anti-ICE wackos here. So I ask you sincerely to think about this. You may say, well, of course they have to have their masks off. Would you still be saying that if that ICE agent was your son? Or your grandson? Or your nephew? Or the husband of the nice young couple that lives next door? Yeah, I think you should show your face to these nutcases. Yeah, but the local cops deal with a completely different level of crime. Let's go to Rick in Norwalk this afternoon. Rick, how are you, sir? What's up?
I'm well, Paul. Thank you. You're taking me back to my Italian friends and all your references to you growing up, Marone and whatever.
My mother used to say. My mother used to point to the TV screen and say, "Look at that Cavone." She used to say.
Cavone. Okay. So anyway, it's all my recesses of my brain here.
Yeah.
One thing you're wrong about.
Okay.
You're wrong about, you keep saying nutcases.
Yeah.
But then earlier you were saying we have Looney and we have Duff.
Yeah.
Like pushing for this stuff. Now, this is really pervasive, and I'll give you an idea.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on a local Facebook page.
Okay.
And let's say you went into that page and said, I think I should get rid of all the illegals.
Yeah.
People have doxed people that have typed that and showed their pictures and called them a racist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like a whole, of all these people in my town. Young people, older people.
Yeah.
So, and then there's another thing. What do they call is it swatting? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, swatting, where you say there's a 911 situation at somebody's house. Yeah.
This isn't going to end well, people. This isn't going to end well.
Yeah.
The other thing, back to immunity, I think the problem I see with it is if a government says these people don't have immunity, there's one thing if a cop does something that's like out of bounds and kills somebody, and really in the wrong.
Sure.
But you can't have public servants being sued, because what will happen is you'll have people with a lot of money.
Oh, of course.
Can bankrupt the beat cop, can bankrupt, they're saying about prosecuting all these ICE agents after there's a new administration.
Yeah.
What the heck? Where are we going? It's horrible.
It's nuts.
I don't know.
Rick, thank you for the call, my friend. I appreciate it. Good to hear from you. It's nuts. It's at these, and again, to Rick's earlier point, when I say left-wing nuts, I'm being very specific. There are millions of people in this country who may be against ICE, but they're not crazy. They sit there, they protest, they have their bullhorns, they call Trump every name of them, but that's fine. God bless you. But did you see what's going on in Minneapolis right now? There are checkpoints being run by anti-ICE people, and they're stopping people. And folks, if you don't believe me on this, you can say I'm full of crap. Go online and look at it. You have anti-ICE people putting up blockades in Minneapolis and folks, I kid you not, they're checking license plates to make sure vehicles are not ICE vehicles. Excuse me? You've got some chick of 18 different colors in her hair running my license plate? Come on. That's got to stop. And the incompetent police chief in Minneapolis, the incompetent mayor, and that dope of a governor out there are doing nothing when they have anti-ICE people setting up blockades in their streets. Those are the kinds of people that will take a photo of an unmasked ICE agent and send it around the country, and they'll find out where he lives. Now, again, are you okay with that if that's your son or your grandson or the kid next door? You tell me. Paul in North Haven is here. Paul, good afternoon. How are you?
How you doing? Listen, two things. I'm okay with the ICE wearing masks.
Okay.
The governors that are protecting the criminals should be all yoked up. They should be yoked up, put in jail. Bottom line, you're harboring criminals in this country. Just like if it was the terrorist country, we went in, we got Maduro, all that. Well, guess what? We're coming in. We should come in and go after every governor. Hey, you're harboring criminals. You're a sanctuary state. You're gone. You're in jail.
Yeah. Paul, I got to go, Paul. Thank you so much. I mean, it's just... See, that's the level of frustration people have. That's the level of frustration people have. Now, if, let's say, the General Assembly here in the state said, all right, we want to make sure that some of these people are not wearing masks, whatever, and we're also going to do that. To our last caller's point, even if there was some balance there, people would be a lot less more wound up about this. They would. So the question is at 203-333-9422-333-WICC, should federal and local law enforcement agents be banned from wearing masks while interacting with the public in Connecticut? You may say, well, what's everybody crazy about? Well, the reason is, and what we're talking about here is, the fact that they don't like the fact that, these ICE agents, some of them, in fact, I guess it's standard what they do. You don't know who they are from their nose on down. And again, I will ask you the question. If one of these ICE agents is your son or your grandson or your nephew or your great-grandson, or the guy you go to church with or synagogue or to your local mosque or your local Buddhist temple, whatever, you're all right with having his ID out there, knowing that there are people that would circulate his photo. You tell me. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork, exits 19 and 18. Left lane is blocked, and further south, more construction. Exit 6 down to 2. Right lane is blocked. On the Upper Merritt southbound, roadwork from exit 34 down to 32 in the left lane. 825 connector northbound construction from exit 1 up to the 825 split, taking out 2 lanes. And on Route 8 proper northbound, construction between exit 11 and 12A. And on 84 westbound, you have at exit 17 through 15 and exit 7 through 3. Stay to the left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And our question of the day has to do with a push by top state Senate Democrats here, coming out after the governor's speech yesterday. They want to. Now, they say that this would affect local law enforcement, and I have no doubt that it would. But when do you see local law enforcement ever covering their faces? Well, they don't have to. They deal with a different, type of criminal here. But our question of the day is, should federal and local law enforcement agents be banned from wearing masks while interacting with the public here in Connecticut? Now, again, I don't know if anything that is done here in the General Assembly, anything can be done that would affect federal law enforcement. I've read opinions on both sides. But here's the bottom line. If we really have a goal of fixing something, of dealing with the problem, And I would love to hear what your conjecture is on this. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What does unmasking ICE agents actually do for the problem? We're trying to deal constructively here on the illegal alien problem here in the country. It's driven a wedge between people. What does unmasking ICE agents do? And if that was your son or your grandson or whatever, would you want him in front of these wackos without a mask on? I surely wouldn't. Joe in Bridgeport. Joe, what's up?
Oh, Paul, I hope I get to get my point across.
You got 35 seconds. 30 seconds. Give me a good 30 seconds.
All right. Jerry Nadler, nobody's talking about it. He said that
yes,
we have a major problem. They should be shooting ICE agents that are masked. What's interesting is that so in the state of Connecticut, since we're talking about Connecticut, what about the fact of all these people walking around in masks in Bridgeport in July and August, full head to toe? I guess we're just allowed to shoot them, I guess.
Yeah.
No, I'm curious.
With Jerry Nadler and Joe, thank you for bringing that up. I will point that, Joe, I'm so glad you brought that up because I had that Jerry Nadler quote bookmarked and I completely forgot about it. So we have a member of Congress here. What a shock. Advocating violence against ICE. So we'll talk about that coming up. Joe, thank you. Glad I punched you up there because now as soon as we go to news here and traffic and weather together and all that fun stuff, I will bring you a quote, ladies and gentlemen, from a sitting member of Congress that should frighten you.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A $50,000 reward is being offered by the FBI for information in connection with the disappearance of Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy. She was last seen on Saturday night entering her Tucson home. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos.
Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects. At 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on a camera, but there's no video available.
Authorities say they have a ransom note, and the FBI says there is a deadline of 5 p.m. today for a monetary transfer. Trilateral talks between Ukraine and Russia, mediated by the United States, will continue in the coming weeks, according to Kyiv's lead negotiator, Rustam Umerov. CBS's Willie James Inman also reports
Russia and Ukraine have decided to agree to exchange some 314 prisoners of war, 157 people from each side. This is the first exchange in the last 5 months, Mr. Witkoff noted in his readout of that meeting.
Thousands in Mississippi have been without power nearly 2 weeks after a deadly winter storm. CBS's Katie Weiss in Oxford.
I spoke with one family of 3. They have a 7-year-old son. They said it's becoming an immense financial burden. It's costing approximately $100 a day just to pay for propane and fuel for their generator. They finally broke down and bought a generator just a few days ago for $400. They said they're dipping into savings and they're running out of money.
President Trump officially unveils his Trump RX website today.
The website will connect people directly to discounts negotiated between the White House and drug companies, including Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and Eli Lilly. The website itself doesn't sell the drugs. It acts as a portal to manufacturers' websites, which will offer drugs that reflect most favored nation prices. Those are the prices paid by other developed nations. The deal, which cuts out pharmacy benefit managers or the middlemen, helps consumers who do not have health insurance or other coverage for prescription drugs. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The U.S. Office of Personnel Management is moving to make it easier to fire tens of thousands of federal workers in senior positions.
OPM's action affects some 50,000 high-ranking career employees whose jobs focus on executing the Trump administration's policies. It would block them from appealing firings, suspensions, or disciplinary action to an independent board. The AFGE union says the rule opens a door to political patronage, silences whistleblowers, and chills protected speech. The union and other organizations sued to block the policy as it was being developed. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
This is CBS News.
And then the next morning, we know that she doesn't show up to church. Then her family shows up at the house at 11 a.m., walk around the property, do an extensive search. They can't find her, call 911 just before noon. And that's how we get to where we are at today.
And so, Andres,
investigators confirmed that the blood in front of the,
You physically saw that bracket with the video camera missing?
Yeah, the bracket's there. Camera, the doorbell where it should be, gone. So that stood out while we were out there on Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Andres Gutierrez, thank you. And we were just hearing Andres talk about that blood at the front door, confirmed now to have belonged to Nancy. Let's bring in Anna Schechter, the head of our crime and policing unit. There's so many developments. I think probably the most pressing is this deadline that's coming up at 5 p.m. today. And it seems...
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The death of an inmate from the Garner Correctional Institution in Newtown is under investigation. Staff found the inmate unresponsive in his cell around 6:45 a.m. Monday and began life-saving measures. According to the State Department of Corrections, he was pronounced dead at a hospital. A train derailment this morning in Mansfield has resulted in the issuing of a shelter-in-place order. Around 9:05 this morning, a freight train derailed. 13 cars in total derailed, and 6 of those cars fell into the water of the Willimantic River. Route 32 was closed between Route 44 and Route 275. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection says some of those train cars were carrying a flammable liquefied fuel. The rail line operating the train, New England Central Railroad, said that as it was a freight train, there were no passengers, just one engineer and one conductor, both of whom are okay and were the ones who called 911. Mansfield Fire Marshal Adam Libros says they are recommending residents in the area shelter in place with their windows shut out of an abundance of caution. The Connecticut Department of Transportation's Office of Rail is investigating the derailment and why it happened, and Mansfield town officials say the cleanup is expected to take a number of days. Serving on jury duty, while a civic responsibility, is often an inconvenience for working adults, but just imagine being a 4-year-old and being summoned. That was the case for one Darien preschooler who received her jury summons in the mail recently. Of course, by mistake, as young Zara's name was likely drawn from the Connecticut Department of Revenue Services, which the state judicial branch says is the only agency that doesn't provide birth dates when drawing names. And if you're still undecided on who you're picking to win the Super Bowl this weekend, then just leave it to the Seals. Wednesday, the annual Maritime Aquarium Super Bowl pick happened, with Mikey, the 2-year-old gray seal, choosing the New England Patriots to beat the Seattle Seahawks. The precise science behind the pick is a staff member throwing 2 footballs and Mikey retrieving the one he, quote, thinks will win the game. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way through the Upper Merritt northbound. Some residual delays in Trumbull from earlier road work. And 84 westbound late running construction going through Southbury. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, and by the way, coming up a little bit later on, our pal, John McKinney, former Republican State Senate member, former State Senate Republican leader. John, of course, on the Capitol Report on News 8 every Sunday morning. So we'll hear from John as to what he thought about yesterday's State of the State address with Governor Ned Lamont and all that, with the proposals for a rebate, the angry accusations about ICE and all that, and the state's financial picture as well. So we'll talk to John McKinney in the 5 o'clock hour. Next hour in the 4 o'clock hour, Willie James Inman from D.C., our daily check-in that we like to do with CBS News. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So what are your thoughts on this? One thing that has already been put forward in the early part of the legislative session here in Hartford by the state majority Democrats would be a bill that would mandate that state and local law enforcement, while they are on duty, cannot wear masks. Now, local law enforcement, we know why this is in the bill. They never wear masks. Local police, well, I shouldn't say never. Never doesn't mean never, but you know what I mean. You rarely, if ever, see Bridgeport police officers, Hartford, New Haven police officers, whatever. You rarely see them wear masks, if ever. I don't even know if they have them. Seriously, I don't know. So you may say, well, why is ICE wearing a mask? And also to that point, if ICE didn't wear masks, this is my biggest question on all this. If ICE didn't wear masks, what would the difference be? You think that would make them a little less aggressive? Maybe. I don't know. Would that make Homeland Security not send them out on some raids? I don't know. But honestly, in this situation, and this is what I mean, we have a lot of feel-good stuff that's always introduced here in Connecticut. I'm not into feel-good. I like stuff that will make or will be proven to make a real difference here in how we deal with some of this. So according to this story in Hearst, Connecticut media, taking a look at what may happen in the General Assembly, says right here, a ban on masked law enforcement interactions with Connecticut is proposed by state Senate Democrats. Okay, I get it. I understand it. They're kind of, riding the tiger here, riding the wave as to what the governor said yesterday. But under this bill, both federal and state law enforcement agents would largely be barred from wearing masks while interacting with the public in Connecticut. Under an idea put forward by the state's Democratic leadership. Now, I don't even know whether Governor Ned Lamont would sign on to this. Would this be something that he would look at in a perception as being advantageous? Would he sign on to this before an election? I don't know. But here's my basic question. Masked or unmasked? How do we know? What's the point? See, I don't know what the point of this is. Well, the point is that people should see who's arresting them. Okay, and that makes a difference how? You see what I'm saying here? How does that make any difference in trying to wrap our arms around the issue of illegals and enforcement of immigration law that is now dividing this country on a notion that we should be kind of more unified on? And I tend to think we're more unified on this than we really know or realize. But what would the difference be there? Well, they'd be able to see their faces. Okay, and that changes things how? You see what my point is here? We always nibble at the edges here. So because ICE agents, and this probably wouldn't hold up in court, but whatever, it's an election year, they have to do it. How does this make any sort of a difference? You tell me. Rich and Fairfield, stand by. We'll kick off the hour with you. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC on Connecticut Today.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that our food pantry served over 1.5 million meals and 1.8 million pounds of food in 2025?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit hoffmanenergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
The Snow Country Ski Report brought to you by Land Rover Fairfield. Discover your next Land Rover on Commerce Drive in Fairfield. You expect more from yourself, expect more from your money. Get started today at robinhood.com/yourmoney. Our midweek days are delivering the more comfortable ski days. Still cold to preserve that pack powder. And I had a great day Tuesday at Sugarbush, Vermont. Awesome leg-burning groom cruisers go on for miles from Super Bravo and Heaven's Gate high-speed quad chairs covering 2,600 vertical feet. Close to home, it's powdery snow on every trail day and night at Southington, Powder Ridge, Ski Sundown, and Mohawk. Season's best conditions just a short drive away. Ski Butternut in the Berkshires on all 22 trails day and night covering 14 miles. And there's snow tubing for Mohawk and Powder Ridge, Connecticut, and Butternut in the Berkshires. Stratton's 99% in Vermont with a slew of Groom Black Diamonds. Bromley's 100%. Killington, Pico, Bolton, and Smuggler's Notch got a few inches fresh Wednesday morning. This report presented by Smuggler's Notch, Vermont, America's family resort. Visit smugs.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way through the Upper Merritt northbound. Some residual delays in Trumbull from earlier road work. And 84 westbound late running construction going through Southbury. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
The broadcast leader for Connecticut for 100 years. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Boy, listen to that thing, huh? Look at that. I feel like a superhero. Here I come, ladies. Yes, don't worry. Paulie's here. Yeah, listen. I'm just going to listen to this. This is... Yeah. I'm sorry. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. State Senate Democrats, and I'm sure the House will follow in due course. They want to make it illegal if they can. I don't know constitutionally how this would work. They want to make it illegal for federal agents, law enforcement agents, if they're in Connecticut, from wearing a mask while encountering people in the state. Okay, I guess, and that changes things how? Exactly. Is it just kind of a feel-good thing? And again, before you jump in and say, well, of course they shouldn't wear masks. Okay. Would you still say that if your son is an ICE agent, or your grandson, or your great-grandson, or your nephew, or the son of your friend from your local mosque or synagogue or church or temple? You see what I'm saying here? And I ask this because, all right, well, damn it, we're not going to let them wear masks anymore. All right, and that solves the problem we're looking at how? Exactly. And you may say, well, what's up with the mask thing? Well, there's a thing called doxing, D-O-X-I-N-G, or some people spell it D-O-X-X-I-N-G. That's when you take the image of somebody's face and put it up on these websites and on these chats. Some of them would encrypt it. Oh, I know who this guy is. He lives on the other side of town. I see his kids at school. And with the kind of sickos, and I'm sorry to say that, but a lot of these people are, you look at some of these people they arrest in St. Louis, in Minneapolis. Oof. Yikes. Not even crystal meth is that bad. No, I mean, seriously. Some of these guys would fear for their lives, don't you think? Or am I the guy who's wrong here? You tell me. Rich in Fairfield is up with us. Rich, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. You're not wrong. You're right. I listened to some of that nonsense. I happened to get in the car when WICC was carrying it yesterday. That speech from Lamont, and I wanted to rip the radio out of the car.
Don't do that. No, Rich. Don't harm your car. Yeah. Don't put your fist through the radio, Rich.
Really wonderful. Lamont is within 5 minutes. We're great. We're wonderful. Democrats. It was just such a show.
Yeah.
It's such a bunch of nonsense. Of course they can, and they should wear masks.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in unprecedented times where we have people attacking federal officers, and the state of Connecticut can do what they want. I'll tell you what. I want to be there the first time a local, Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven policeman, Fairfield, anybody, or state trooper walks up to a federal officer with a mask and says, "You're under arrest for wearing that mask." Okay?
Yeah.
Ain't going to happen. The supremacy clause of the Constitution, and it is, and just take that generality out of it.
Yeah.
Okay? They have a right to do this. And, I'm going to be there today. A local or state trooper tries to tell an ICE agent that you're under arrest.
And again, Rich, it's no fault for the local cop or the state trooper, because I'm guessing even they think this is crazy, and maybe they can't say anything.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
I go way back to a lot of guys in a lot of the police forces.
Yeah.
I was in mortgage banking. I did a lot of the people in Bridgeport, and get the cops, and their thinking is like, this is absurd. Look what goes on in Minneapolis.
Oh my God, Rich!
A couple of days ago, they set up those roadblocks in the middle of Little Mogadishu there, and where's the cops? Well,
the mayor and the cops, Rich, they do nothing. They sit around with their thumbs up their rear. It's amazing.
Well, Tom Homan got a hold of the mayor and pointed out to the chief of police, and he knows you can't block roads and stop people and go, are you a member of ICE? I would have voted with my foot, okay? There would be no more barricades in Little Mogadishu, okay? Yeah,
Rich, I got to go, my friend.
Wear the mask, and they should wear the mask.
All right, thank you, Rich. And please, don't hurt your radio, Rich. Rich, don't hurt the radio. Please, don't take it out on your dashboard. I'm begging you. Yeah, folks, if you don't believe me or Rich, go online. What do I always say? I'm consistent here. Don't believe a thing I say if you don't want to. Go online. There are anti-ICE people conducting road stops in Minneapolis, running people. First, how in the hell are they running people's license plates? And the incompetent mayor and the incompetent governor and the incompetent chief of police, they sit there and they go, oh. There was video online the other day of a woman and a guy. I guess they didn't know the area, and they were just passing through. And this woman is pretty funny. She goes, "You have got to be kidding me. Who are these people?" It was very funny. I was laughing out loud. But she gave quite a narration, too. And the husband's like, "Honey, I think they're checking our plate." And she's like, "Who's checking our plate?" It's very funny. Joe in Woodbridge is here. Hello, Joe. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Joe, you're on the air. Yes, sir. I'm good. What's up?
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can, Joe. 5 by 5. You sound good.
I know. I'm looking good, too.
Well, that's good.
But
I'm glad you think so.
is,
I'm glad you think so, Joe. No, I'm sure you look great, Joe. What's on your mind?
well, I'm a little nearsighted. But
yeah.
The thing is that, see, they got to wear masks, for one. They need it for the gas when they're getting when they need to control things.
Oh, that's true.
And the other thing too is that without the mask, they're going to post these people and they threaten them and
of course they will.
You know what they do.
Yeah.
And then what they should do too.
Yeah.
They should have the protesters so they don't have to wear masks. What are they hiding?
Yeah, that's a good Joe. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Wait a minute. The protesters get to mask up? All the purple hairs and the blue hairs, And listen, I'm in for a little hair color every so often. I've seen like red and blue hair that look actually pretty good if it's done right, But Joe's right. How about everybody mask up? We could have a big party. There was an awful game show once. You remember this game show? If you're about my age, this is where my mind goes. Jake, hang on. I'll be right with you. Do you remember there was an absolutely hideous game show named Masquerade Party? It was a little odd, too. Hosted by, ding, 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 Richard Dawson. How about that? Can you tell I was a game show freak? Growing up, Jake in Norwalk is with us. Jake, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Okay, sir. How are you?
Jake, I'm doing well. What's on your mind, sir?
Well, full disclosure, I play on the other team.
Okay.
You're one of my favorite conservatives on the radio because you listen to both sides.
Thank you, Joe. Jake, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So why do they need to wear masks?
The argument is because in some areas they are doxxed. It's called DOXXING or doxing. And what happens is apparently with new software out there, especially this facial recognition, there are some people who try to say, oh, we know where this agent lives. We know the house number. He's got kids, whatever.
Well, I've taken classes with the local police, and I know a lot of the local cops.
Yeah.
And they don't wear masks, and they deal with bad guys also. They don't wear masks. They wear a shield with their number.
Sure.
And they wear a name tag, and they have Axon body cameras. I know there's an initiative underway to have them wear cameras.
Yeah.
But, local police and state police deal with the same bad guys.
Do you think so, Joe? Do you think, though, honestly, and I pointed this out earlier, do you think, especially in a situation like this, that they're dealing with the same kind of criminality here, or are some of these protesters in some ways a little different than the guy who's knocking off a convenience store or who's stealing a car? You know what I mean?
Well, there are serious, drug-running people in all towns, and the police don't wear masks. I mean, they could be doxxed.
I guess you're right, yeah.
I protested the Vietnam War. I went to Washington. I got tear gassed.
Yeah.
Look at the case of the nurse, Alex Preddy.
Yeah.
They sprayed the tear gas, a foot away from his face. He was helping a woman up that ICE had shoved to the ground.
Yeah.
He was on the ground. One of the ICE agents took his gun, for which he had a permit.
Yeah.
And they took his gun, and then they put 10 bullets into him.
Now that was
you don't kill a deer with 10 bullets.
No, you're right. You're right. And Jake, I thank you for the call, my friend. I do have to run. It's news time. Jake in Norwalk there. Jake, I'm happy I'm one of your favorite conservatives. And Jake, he said something. He was on the other side of the other team. Yeah, I appreciate that, Jake. But I think we're at heart. I think we're kind of all on the same team for the big issues. And Jake, thank you. I think it's how do we get there that so much divides us sometimes. I mean, I think both sides agree that, all right, this immigration thing, finally now it's in our face that we have to do something, but just how do we get there?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way through the Upper Merritt northbound. Some residual delays in Trumbull from earlier road work. And 84 westbound late running construction going through Southbury. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliopson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. In Arizona, Pima County Sheriff says Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy, is still out there. And the FBI's Heath Yonke announces a $50,000 reward for her for information in the case. Authorities say they have a ransom note, and the FBI says there is a 5 p.m. deadline today for a monetary transfer. Last night, the Guthrie family made an appeal by video seeking the return of their missing mother. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti asked Sheriff Chris Nanos about any proof of life. Nancy Guthrie, who is 84, was last seen at her home on Saturday night and reported missing on Sunday. She is medication dependent and she has limited mobility. People have been interviewed in the case, according to authorities, including an Uber driver who drove Nancy Guthrie to her daughter's house on Saturday night for dinner. And also people who have worked at the house have been interviewed. CBS News Special Report, I'm Jennifer Kipe.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut Siting Council met today to talk about the latest decision on monopole installation between Southport and Bridgeport. The council did conform to its written opinion to its decision in the fall to deny United Illuminating's application to build overhead transmission lines, a move that officials from Fairfield have since applauded. A train derailment this morning in Mansfield has resulted in the issuing of a shelter-in-place order. Around 9:05 this morning, a freight train derailed. 13 cars in total derailed, and 6 of those cars fell into the water of the Willimantic River. Route 32 was closed between Route 44 and Route 275. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection says some of those train cars were carrying a flammable liquefied fuel. The rail line operating the train, New England Central Railroad, said that as it was a freight train, there were no passengers, just one engineer and one conductor, both of whom are okay and were the ones who called 911. Mansfield Fire Marshal Adam Libros says they are recommending residents in the area shelter in place with their windows shut out of an abundance of caution. The Connecticut Department of Transportation's Office of Rail is investigating the derailment and why it happened, and Mansfield town officials say the cleanup is expected to take a number of days. Route 32 was closed between Route 44 and Route 275. Reaction is continuing to pour in to Governor Ned Lamont's State of the State address Wednesday. Among his priorities, Lamont proposed sending families energy rebates of about $400 to help with heating and cooling costs. The rebates would be funded by strong capital gains revenue from artificial intelligence stocks. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, a declared Republican candidate for governor, expressed his displeasure with Lamont's address and specifically his energy plan, including the rebate.
It kind of abandons the notions of good government from Governor Lamont and is embracing kind of cynical election year policymaking that will not benefit the state in the long run, will not make the state affordable in the long run, is not a solution, but is simply kind of election year engineering or gimmickry.
Lawmakers have 13 weeks remaining in the current legislative session, giving them until May to pass their bills. The Stamford Board of Education will host a public hearing tonight on the city's education budget. One of the concerns for the proposed budget is adjusting back to the original high school scheduling and handling the offset of potential costs related to that change. The meeting will be done in person, but people can also connect online. It's at 7 p.m., and the Zoom link can be found at StamfordPublicSchools.org under the Board of Ed section. One Connecticut resident has reason to celebrate this week, or rather 6.8 million reasons to celebrate. That was the dollar amount of the winning lottery ticket sold at the Big Y in Groton Tuesday. All 6 numbers matched to hit the $6.8 million jackpot. The lump sum on that was just over $4 million. And the UConn women's basketball team is adding another game to the victory column. AZ Fudd scored at 25 points as the Huskies defeated DePaul 86-40 last night in Chicago. UConn is undefeated after 24 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, over 45 minutes now from Stamford through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt, the slow ride there starts in Buchanan. Out of New Haven on 95, you're busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. And 84 westbound, some late running road work in Southbury. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And let me just take this moment once again to tell you, folks, in case you're new listeners, thank you so much. By the way, we're here Monday through Friday from 2 to 6 right here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. Look, I realize that probably 90% of people who are protesting ICE and doing this stuff, maybe even higher, are peaceable protests. They don't throw anything. They don't get in these guys' faces. They cheer, they scream, they have bullhorns. That's fine. I couldn't care less. That's the American tradition of doing this. But sometimes you have encounters here that tragically go wrong. We've seen that twice. And here in Connecticut now, where we do have, by estimates, about 120,000 undocumented folks, and of course, not nearly any of them, I shouldn't say any of them, not nearly all of them are violent, cutthroat, bloodthirsty illegals. We know that. But there are some. I do read who ICE, and by the way, you can find who ICE is arresting here in Connecticut and all over the country. You can do it. This is not secret. All you have to do is take a browser out and, open up a browser on your phone or on your PC, your laptop, your desktop, whatever, and just put in something like Homeland Security press releases, and it's right there. And every few days, they put up examples of some of the really bad, full-on creeps that are still out there, largely because some of these states either don't make any effort to deport them, or they won't. Some won't. Some do. Some won't, surprisingly. Or not surprisingly, a lot of purplish and red states help out ICE to some degree. But a lot of states and cities won't honor, to the length the government wants, they don't honor ICE detainers. So the question now is would unmasking the ICE agents what is the purpose of that? Now, again, somebody, we had a few people text me and say, well, look what happened in Minneapolis. Yeah, but they know the agents who took part in the tragic shooting of Renee Good and Mr. Preddy there, we know who they are, even though they had masks on. So, again, I ask, is what the Democrats in the state Senate want to do, Mr. Looney, Mr. Duff and company, is this all just political theater? Honestly. See, because I prefer stuff that's actually needed. How is demasking an ICE agent going to change anything? I guess that's my question. I don't know if it would. Is this just, what I like to call kabuki theater? Just, it's such a wonderful performance. And by the way, you think the feds are going to listen to what the Connecticut General Assembly says? No. But again, just a thought here. You tell me what you think. Maybe I'm the crazy one. Like I say, I'm the nutty one. I'm crazy. Maybe it's all me. Maybe I should stop this and go to law school. I couldn't. I can't go back to school at my age. I can't. Med school, no. Divinity school? Imagine that. Would you take a blessing from me if I went to divinity school? Padre, Filio, Spirito Santo. Blake in Milford is here. Blake, good afternoon, and how are you?
Hey, how are you, Paul?
I'm good.
Listen, a couple things. First, I just wanted to tell you that I think that you do an amazing job of objectively looking at all of these different things that that you're talking about daily on your program.
Thank you.
And also the fact that you allow everyone with every opinion on every side to call in. I think that I think that discourse is the only way that we can kind of get to the bottom of things and really understand. But that was that.
Thank
secondly,
you, Blake.
What you're saying about removing the mask.
Yeah.
That's like common sense. When you look at it, what is that going to do? It's going to do nothing. The other thing, the next thing, be as quick as I can.
Mm-hmm. Take your time.
The Second Amendment thing, as far as what people are saying about Preddy.
Yeah.
Alex Preddy carrying the gun. Yes, 100%. That's legal, but how many things are legal that you can do? I mean, you could think of a list of them that aren't that smart to do.
Yeah.
And I'm not a gun owner. I'm all for
sure.
gun rights and people's ability to carry. But even listening to a lot of different people since this has happened who are gun owners and understand the responsibility of carrying a gun, all pretty much say that you can do that. But also you're also told and trained that it is not a good idea to carry a pistol when you are, consciously going to enter yourself into a volatile situation, especially with, police.
Yeah.
I think that's just common sense.
And Blake, I have I did read in a couple of spots, and again, like you, I support the Second Amendment. I have a lot of friends of mine who are sports shooters. When the warm weather, they go to ranges Saturday, Sunday morning, whatever. And from what they have told me, and from what I have read, two things in the Pretty case. Number one, I guess, and this may be wrong, I don't know. I guess I'm reading that he did not have his permit, what you're supposed to carry with him.
Yeah.
Number one. And number two, somebody told me that if you are in a situation and any level of law enforcement approaches you, I was told by a buddy of mine, you're supposed to put your hands in the air and say, sir or officer or ma'am, I'm armed. It's a whatever gun, and it's in my back holster or in my pocket. What would you like me to do? You don't engage them physically.
Yeah.
You tell them I'm armed, just to let you know.
And even if somebody missed that part when they sat for their permit course, it's common sense. And the last thing I wanted to say was, with all of these people out there that are giving their analysis of what should have happened, and like the people who say they should have shot him in the leg type thing.
Oh, they don't do that.
I would challenge anyone in whatever their job is, however they're employed, whatever their task is daily, to do their job with surrounded by people blowing whistles, screaming in their ear. Just that alone, without the concern that these police officers, that these federal agents have of being hurt or injured or attacked or hit by a car. It's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous.
Blake, I do thank you. Thank you, sir. Blake, thank you. Appreciate it there, Blake and Milford. And Blake, thank you for the kind words. Listen, I am very flattered when you people say nice things about me, but I do love hearing that you at least have the perception that I let the other side talk. Why not? Look, there are some very successful hosts in this business that it's their way or the highway and don't like to at least entertain. I mean, to me, that's just boring radio. It's bad radio. But the successful people in this business, like the late Rush Limbaugh, for example, or, guys like we have on at night, Eric Erickson and Lars Larson, what do they say? If you're a naysayer, you go to the front of the line, because it's not boring. The amen chorus in talk radio can get boring. It's the difference of opinion that really drives what we do.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Tax
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north, over 45 minutes now from Stamford through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt, the slow ride there starts in New Canaan. Out of New Haven on 95, you're busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. And 84 westbound, some late running road work in Southbury. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Phone lines are always open to say what you want and need to say. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Let me tell you something. If I was ever at a protest, and I'm not a protest guy, I used to cover a couple of protests when I was a street reporter, covered a couple of strikes, but if somebody said to me, hey, you want to go protest? And no. Me. That's me. If you want to go out and protest, God bless you. But I certainly, if I'm at a protest and things start getting nuts and I have a gun with me and I see a cop or an ICE agent coming to me, yes, sir. Let me just, and my hands will be so high in the air, you couldn't go any higher. I would say, sir, I am armed. I have a, Glock or a Sig Sauer or a Walther, whatever. It's in my back pocket on the right side. My hands are up in the air. What would you like me to do, sir? I will turn around and you can examine the gun if you like. And I have my concealed carry permit card with me, whatever. Now, sadly, if Mr. Preddy had died, I don't know, would he still be alive? I don't know. Would Rachel Good still be alive if perhaps she was protesting but didn't apparently get in the way or was trailing ice, whatever they say? She was not some innocent bystander. It doesn't mean she should have been shot. But as our last caller said, and as I said, as I've gotten older, and I'm not dealing in life and death situations here, but as I've gotten older, I'm saying to myself more and more and more, hey, pal, yeah? Hey, Paulie, should you really be doing this? Well, I want to, yeah, but want to doesn't always make sense. Paul and Bethel, hang on. Matt in Fairfield. Matt, hey, good afternoon. How are you?
You're a man who knows his guns, huh?
Well, I've been around enough people. I do a lot of reading. I dry fired a couple of guns once, and I keep having friends. I keep having friends who say, "Come on out to the range," and eventually, Matt, I will. I'm sure I will.
Good for you. Good for you. Happy Thursday. I have a point, but let me ask you a question first.
Mm-hmm.
When have we heard that federal agents, and this may be going back to when we had all the multitudes coming across the Mexican border behind the cartels, about federal agents, whether they're Border Patrol, DHS, ISIS, being doxxed? And I know I've heard of it and read of it, but of course, guys like me, we only know what we pick up in the media.
Yeah. Apparently, it didn't happen as bad as it may be happening now. In fact, some of these people in Minneapolis you're reading about, they're using encrypted chat things that apparently the government hacked through here. So this is the big thing now about being able to do this and kind of hide it as best they can from the feds, but they really can't.
So you're saying it's happened before, but right now it's really a threat.
Well, that's what I keep saying. Now I'm only soaking in what the average person is. This is what I read and hear. Yes, sir.
There you go. Well, that's us. So this goes to a conversation you had a little bit earlier about local doxing.
Yeah.
Right? Let's flip the coin for a second.
Yep.
When the local police and authorities, and guess what? This is coming to a theater near you. It is. Eventually it will. As long as you have activities like that in your town, when the local authorities start experiencing this, they're going to start wearing those masks because our police they deserve the protection.
Yeah,
I see that.
Listen, I've got cops in my family. I've got friends who are retired cops. Yeah, absolutely.
So, it doesn't happen locally, just doesn't hold any water because, like I said, I believe if we have events like what's taking place in Minneapolis, on this side of the state, the country, New York, Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, it's going to happen. And then they're going to want to wear masks too. And now all of a sudden it's a local issue. So that's just my 2 cents on it.
All right. Hey, Matt, thank you, my friend. Good to hear from you. Appreciate that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. In fact, I'm looking online here. According to the Justice Department, self-identified Antifa member Kyle Wagner was arrested, when was this? Oh, today. This is today. On a federal threat and cyberstalking charges following the alleged murder and assault threats against ICE. The man, what's it say here? Justice Department says the suspect allegedly doxed and called for the murder of law enforcement officers, encouraged bloodshed in the streets, and proudly claimed affiliation with the terrorist organization Antifa before going on the run. Yeah, this guy's another nutcase. According to the criminal complaint, Wagner has escalated his opposition to ICE, including conspiring and threatening to assault federal law enforcement officers in Minneapolis. On January the 8th, 2026, Wagner posted a video directly threatening ICE agents by stating, quote, "I've already bled for this city. I've already fought for this city. This is nothing new. We're ready. This time, ICE, we are effing coming to you." Wagner also urged others to hunt ICE, including those who are armed to fight. This is kill or be killed. This guy's a real nut. He's a cross-dresser, too. I saw that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Seriously, I think he is. Yeah, you can look. I guess they found pictures of him in a pink dress or something. I'm not kidding. Listen, I'm just telling you what's out there. Let's talk to Paul, our friend Paul in Bethel. Paul, how are you, sir?
Good, Paulie. How are you?
I'm enjoying the day, Paul. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because it's warm out, finally.
Right. Isn't it weird? I'm walking around today. It's like 30. It feels like 60 outside.
I know. Yeah, we were just talking about that at work.
Oh, man.
All right. I have 2 quick points.
Yeah.
One is local law enforcement does sometimes wear masks when they're undercover, cops, and they have to deal with street people, and they don't want to be recognized because they have to interact with them again and all that.
Yeah.
So I've seen that. So it does happen. And you had a caller mention before that, the local police deals with terrible people and they don't have to wear masks. But it's not the people that ICE are arresting that would be doing the doxing. It's the protest people. And again, like you said, maybe it's 10%, 5% that's pushing the envelope, and the rest wouldn't do that. But it could happen. So I can see that. The second point is people keep bringing up that the nurse, whatever his name is, had a gun with him.
Yeah.
Which I don't get it, why he would do that, but he had one. But he was on the ground, disarmed, and then was shot 10 times. So the gun wasn't in play. So would they have shot him anyway? I mean, I don't understand why he got shot. And the gun wasn't a threat.
Exactly. And, Paul, thank you. I'm up against it time-wise here. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it, as always. Yeah. It looks like there are 2 or 3 guys. And remember, too, that shooting, this was not ICE. These were Border Patrol agents. So that even adds And apparently one of them involved was like an 11-year veteran or something like that. And look, I don't know all that much about guns, but I did read where the going theory is, and again, this is just a theory. Well, you know what? Let's do this, and we'll come back, and I'll give you the theory that I'm seeing starting to pop up straight ahead right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, over 45 minutes now from Stamford through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt, the slow ride there starts in New Canaan. Out of New Haven on 95, you're busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. And 84 westbound, some late running road work in Southbury. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Welcome to Willie's Wings, home of the secret sauce.
I'll take a dozen wings. Oh, by the way, I love that sauce. What's in it?
Can't tell you.
Why not?
It's a secret.
While many financial advisors claim to have the secret sauce, they don't. In fact, if their sauce is so good, why are they keeping it a secret? Steve All of the All Financial Group doesn't keep anything a secret. He knows there's much more to retirement planning than stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. He'll develop a strategy designed specifically for you. It's your own secret sauce for retirement. Call Steve today at 636-230-8824 for your personal portfolio x-ray. Call 636-230-8824 or online at yourmoneymattersstl.com.
Fine, you want to know what's in the sauce?
Absolutely.
Tablespoon of paprika.
Really?
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities, licensed in Connecticut.
I love that commercial because it reminds me of Charlie Brown's teacher, right? Come on. And paprika. All right. Hey, I'll answer the question on the theory that I see more and more and more as to what happened in that scuffle with Mr. Preddy coming up after the news right here on WICC.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. On this fifth day since Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy, was reported missing, Pima County, Arizona Sheriff Chris Nano says,
"We believe Nancy is still out there. We want her home."
Nancy Guthrie was last seen Saturday night. CBS's Andres Gutierrez in Tucson says of the timeline.
2 minutes later, technology that they've ended up recovering shows that the garage door closed at 9:50. Then at 1:47 in the morning, her doorbell from the front door has been disconnected. And I was out there on Tuesday afternoon where, yes, I did see a small amount of blood out there, but there were noticeably the bracket where the camera should have been still there. The camera itself gone.
Sheriff Nano says the blood on the porch came back to Nancy Guthrie, and they are awaiting more results. President Trump is calling for a new nuclear treaty with Russia rather than an extension of the expiring pact.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump's position is quite clear when it comes to extending what is known as the New START treaty.
The president wants to have our nuclear experts work on a new, improved, and modernized treaty that can last long into the future, and that's what the United States will continue to discuss with the Russians.
When asked if there is a temporary agreement to keep the terms of the treaty in place during those negotiations,
not to my knowledge.
The START treaties imposed caps on both the U.S. and Russian nuclear arsenals and have been in place for decades. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
10 train cars, some carrying liquid propane, have derailed in Mansfield, Connecticut. 4 of them ended up in a river. Mansfield Fire Chief John Roche tells people within half a mile.
Close your windows, stay inside for right now. Right now we haven't found any leaks. All our meters are reading 0, but that was just kind of as an abundance of caution. We're telling everybody that.
Norway police say they are investigating ex-Prime Minister Thorbjørn Jagland over his links to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and suspicions of aggravated corruption. A new study has found that cancer patients diagnosed during the pandemic had worse short-term survival rates than those than a similar group before the pandemic. CBS's Cammie McCormick reports.
The study in JAMA Oncology found people diagnosed in 2020 and 2021 had lower survival rates than those diagnosed between 2015 and 2019. And the researchers say it was a trend across various cancers. That suggests disruptions to the healthcare system likely contributed. COVID-19 forced many to postpone cancer screenings. Researchers hope these findings will help better prepare for the next pandemic.
Stocks closed down on Wall Street due to a tech sell-off today. The Dow plunged 592 points. The Nasdaq fell 364. S&P 500 closed down 85 points. This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to CBS Mornings on the go on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A train derailment this morning in Mansfield has resulted in the issuing of a shelter-in-place order. Around 9:05 this morning, a freight train derailed. 13 cars in total derailed, and 6 of those cars fell into the water of the Willimantic River. Route 32 was closed between Route 44 and Route 275. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection says some of those train cars were carrying a flammable liquefied fuel. The rail line operating the train, New England Central Railroad, said that as it was a freight train, there were no passengers, just one engineer and one conductor, both of whom are okay and were the ones who called 911. Mansfield Fire Marshal Adam Libros says they are recommending residents in the area shelter in place with their windows shut out of an abundance of caution. The Connecticut Department of Transportation's Office of Rail is investigating the derailment and why it happened, and Mansfield town officials say the cleanup is expected to take a number of days. The Stamford Board of Education will host a public hearing tonight on the city's education budget. One of the concerns for the proposed budget is adjusting back to the original high school scheduling and handling the offset of potential costs related to that change. The meeting will be done in person, but people can also connect online. It's at 7 p.m., and the Zoom link can be found at StamfordPublicSchools.org under the Board of Ed section. And the UConn women's basketball team is adding another game to the victory column. AZ Fudd scored 25 points as the Huskies defeated DePaul 86-40 last night in Chicago. UConn is undefeated after 24 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound, an accident on the Sikorsky Bridge over in the shoulder. Everybody's slowing down for a look. 95 north, just shy of an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will serve you better. A traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9. the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, how are you? Halfway through there, coming off halftime, quarter number 3, 3 hours into our 4-hour get-together. Join us every Monday through Friday, will you? At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, as we tackle what's going on in Connecticut. And now, of course, Governor Ned Lamont yesterday, but a little feisty. Oh, the Nedster. He was a little feisty yesterday. Feisty, Paul. Yes. Time for another cup of coffee. The governor a little feisty yesterday, telling ICE to go home, to get out of Connecticut. Well, really, Governor? Now, look, I understand he has to run for re-election. He's running for re-election. He's probably going to win. Maybe, maybe not. If I had to bet right now, only because of where the numbers are and where we are at this point, I'd say he'll probably win. But then again, stranger things have happened. But yesterday certainly sounded like a campaign speech, came out very harshly against ICE, even though, I mean, you're not. Look, what happened in Minneapolis is horrible. But ICE has been operating in Connecticut for years, and have there been some controversies with ICE here? Yes, nobody's saying there hasn't. But boy, the governor came out yesterday, and part of that speech, that was like full-on lefty there. And again, he knows he's running for re-election. He knows he does have a progressive challenger that may offer a little resistance. Who knows? Again, I know a lot of people are laughing and, oh, Josh Elliott's got no chance. Well, again, at the risk of being repetitive here, this time about a year and a half ago, people went, Zoran Mamdani. Oh, that guy? Come on. He's got no chance. Okay, now it's Mayor Mamdani. So you don't know. Listen, the governor's got to sound progressive here. He did yesterday, and now the General Assembly, State Senate Democratic leadership, which of course is basically Bob Duff of Norwalk, Martin Looney of New Haven, they are proposing a bill that would ban federal and local law enforcement from wearing masks while interacting with the public in Connecticut here. In most cases. Now, one of our previous callers correctly said, and I've seen this, sometimes if the local cops are going in on a drug raid, they do wear masks. Now, I would think there'd be some cutouts for that in any law, but this is mostly aimed at ICE. And I simply ask this question. Number one, do you favor this or not? But number two, like, what's the difference here? The question is, have there been these marauding hordes of ICE imitators? And again, Jerry Nadler, an outgoing, far progressive Democratic Senate member, congressman from New York, said, well, you know, you wouldn't be blaming people for shooting ICE officers if they did, because they're wearing the mask. Jerry, it is so time to go. Leave, please. Congressman Weeble. Can he just leave? All right, so Chris Williams has been looking at the answers we have to today's question. And Chris, what might you have found?
Federal should be unmasked from Nicole. Local masked because their identifiers are typically visible name and badge number. Liv said absolutely. If they're not doing anything wrong, why do they need to hide their identities? Amy said something similar. Yes, no one paid with tax dollars should be able to hide their identity. And Dana said if the public wasn't so radical and officers didn't have to fear for their lives or their families' lives, then I would say yes. But the radical public is so out of touch, it'll never happen.
And this from the UK Independent, and thank you for all the responses there. We appreciate that. To a lot of you folks who say, well, of course they should take the masks off. Well, how about this? The personal info of 4,500 ICE and Border Patrol agents has been leaked online. This was actually from last week. Details. See, you don't get a lot of this with local police departments. You get it with the feds. Details of thousands of alleged ICE agents and Border Patrol employees have reportedly been leaked to an online watchdog group following the fatal shooting of Renee Good in Minneapolis. The IDs of around 4,500 federal agents were shared with the ICE List website by a Department of Homeland Security whistleblower. according to the Daily Beast. So the psychos have penetrated Homeland Security. The data includes info on around 2,000 agents and 150 supervisors, according to Dominic Skinner, who launched ICE List. An early analysis from the volunteer-led organization suggests that around 80% of those are still identified or still employed by DHS. So here you go. You got the lefty psychos going after people here. Skinner told the outlet it's a sign that people are not happy with the government. Clearly, the shooting was the last straw for many people. Oh, so then if you're angry with the shooting, you put the families of other people at risk. Oh, that's how it works. Yeah, okay. So there you go. Skinner said individual reports about DHS personnel from the public have spiked since Good's shooting. Oh, so I guess we are going to then hold DHS and ICE agents who might be performing their jobs perfectly with some clarity, so they have to suffer for this? Oh, okay. Get this. See, this is why you need masks. This Skinner character said, get this, folks, I've had hotel staff sending Post-it notes, bar staff sending DHS IDs, and loads of people saying, here it is, folks, this is why you wear a mask. Our neighbor is a DHS agent or ICE agent. Folks, I say this all the time, never forget, the crazies walk among us.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound, an accident on the Sikorsky Bridge over in the shoulder. Everybody's slowing down for a look. 95 north, just shy of an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will serve you better. A traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
100 years of news and talk for Fairfield County. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us. Back to our discussion here of a proposal by state Senate Democrats to outlaw federal agents in Connecticut from wearing masks. We will talk about that, but part of this has a reflection on what's going on in D.C. CBS White House reporter Willie James Inman joining us right now. Willie, good afternoon. It's Paul here in Connecticut. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon to you. Doing okay. Good to talk to you.
Thank you, Willie. Appreciate the time. Know you're busy, and I guess the White House is trying to soften the tone here a little bit on immigration. They sent Tom Homan out there. He says we're still going to get the job done, but I was kind of surprised to hear some of what President Trump said the other day. What's the latest on this now, Willie?
Yeah, that's right. And this was part of that was in an NBC News interview that the president did, in part, that will air on the Super Bowl this weekend. NBC, of course, is broadcasting the Super Bowl. And he was essentially asked about what he learned about the situation in Minnesota. And part of his response, he said that the administration could perhaps take a softer approach, but that they still need to be tough. Now, in terms of the softer approach, the president said that he, of course, approved the withdrawal of some 700 federal agents from Minnesota streets. We, of course, know that there is still a significant presence in Minnesota and Minneapolis in large part, and Tom Homan is leading that operation now, a shift and change in tactics coming from this White House following the deaths, I should say, of two Americans. So the president seems to be toning things down in large part because he says that local officials, including the governor of Minnesota and the mayor of Minneapolis, are not only speaking to the administration but working with the administration, although local officials contend that they've already been cooperating in some ways. But in large part, this is certainly a change in tactic and tone coming from this White House. Amid all that's going on there in Minnesota.
Hey, Willie, finally, do you get the sense, you guys and gals in the press pool on a daily basis, and obviously there's a photo of Tom Homan getting his award years ago by former President Obama. Is there a sense, Willie, that Tom Homan is kind of the adult in the room in here on some of this? Is he kind of a calming influence on this? Does he have the president's ear? What is known about that?
Well, I think in large part, Homan wasn't necessarily involved at first directly with a lot of what's going on in Minnesota. In fact, he was on CBS News a couple of weeks ago, and he was asked about the situation on the ground. And he took a minute and he took a beat. He didn't really necessarily, I guess, address some of the things that were going on, but he was measured in his response, is what I mean to say. And I think the president, in looking at this situation, certainly some things were done, some mistakes were made. He still expressed his confidence in Kristi Noem, but clearly putting Tom Homan in charge of this operation shows that the president has not only confidence in Noem, but a lot of confidence in Homan to lead this operation and to maybe tone things down a bit in light of what we've seen go on in the past couple of weeks.
All right, Willie James Inman, CBS News. Willie, thank you. Stay safe, and we'll chat down the road. Appreciate the time, sir.
Right.
Thanks, Willie. Appreciate it. All right, Willie James Inman there. Yeah, certainly looks like Tom Homan is the calming influence here. But yeah, when I first saw, and it's been around social media a lot here. I thought it was AI. Everything you look at on social media now, you've got to stop and say, is that AI? Is that real? But apparently, yes, Mr. Holman was given an award. I don't know exactly what medal it was by former President Barack Obama when Mr. Obama was in the Oval Office years ago. Yeah, Holman's an interesting guy. And I've recommended this before. The sports guy, Stephen A. Smith, very, very loud, very opinionated, which is what goes into a good host. Stephen A. Smith has been branching off into doing more news-related interviews, rumblings that he may run for the White House. Wouldn't that be great? Oh, God, Stephen A. in the Oval Office. However, about a year ago, I want to say it was, maybe, because I remember watching it in my car. This is a weird way of how I remember stuff, but I remember watching it in my car. And there was a very good interview, runs about 20, 25 minutes, with Stephen A. Smith and Tom Homan. And the beauty of this is Stephen A. Now, he asked very good questions, not especially partisan one way or the other. Give us, Mr. Homan, a little of your background. Why do you do this? You retire. I guess Holman retired once or twice and came back. There were pictures of him. I guess he was a sheriff at one time and a police officer or a sheriff's deputy doing speed patrols or border patrols at one time. So again, Holman's an interesting guy. If you get the chance, give a listen to that. And Stephen A. Smith, which is good. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But our question of the day, and we've had a bunch of different angles on this, some great calls today. Coming off of what Governor Ned Lamont said yesterday, which just about everybody I've talked to, even on, the governor's side, and go, wow, he was in full campaign mode. But the governor's saying what he said yesterday about ICE. And you had Mr. Looney, Mr. Duff, and the state Senate saying now they will. And I think other states have tried this. I don't know. But there's even the question of, can a state mandate something of a federal government? I got to get some legal eagles on this to chat about this. Maybe our buddy Thane Rosenbaum. So we'll talk about that. Maybe tomorrow. We'll get Thane on tomorrow. Gosh darn it. I'll try and do that. All right, traffic and weather together right here as we roll right along. It's a Thursday, the 5th of February. It's not February. It's February 2026 on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound, an accident on the Sikorsky Bridge over in the shoulder. Everybody's slowing down for a look. 95 north, just shy of an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will serve you better. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
You're listening to WICC. This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Nancy Guthrie was reported missing on Sunday. Investigators believe the mother of Today's Show host, Savannah Guthrie, is still out there, but they have not identified any suspects. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos' message to the Guthrie family.
I really want you to know this entire team and our community are hurting with you. We really just want Mom back.
Nanos says Nancy Guthrie's doorbell camera was disconnected at 1:47 Sunday morning and software detected a person on camera, but no video available. CBS's Anna Schechter.
Sounded to me like the sheriff said we are not in possession of that doorbell camera, so it was disconnected and taken away from the scene. That's my read of what the sheriff said.
A ransom note indicates a 5 p.m. deadline today for a monetary transfer. The FBI's Heath Yonke.
The FBI has agents, analysts, and professional staff employees working day and night with our partners at the Sheriff's Department.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A train derailment this morning in Mansfield has resulted in the issuing of a shelter-in-place order. Around 9:05 this morning, a freight train derailed. 13 cars in total derailed, and 6 of those cars fell into the water of the Willimantic River. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection says some of those train cars were carrying a flammable liquefied fuel. Route 32 was closed between Route 44 and Route 275. The rail line operating the train, New England Central Railroad, said that as it was a freight train, there were no passengers on the train, just one engineer and one conductor, both of whom are okay and were the ones who called 911. Mansfield Fire Marshal Adam Libros says they are recommending residents in the area shelter in place with their windows shut out of an abundance of caution. The Connecticut Department of Transportation's Office of Rail is investigating the derailment and why it happened, and Mansfield town officials say the cleanup is expected to take a number of days. The death of an inmate from the Garner Correctional Institution in Newtown is under investigation. Staff found the inmate unresponsive in his cell around 6:45 a.m. Monday and began life-saving measures, according to the State Department of Corrections. He was pronounced dead at a hospital. The Connecticut Siting Council met earlier today to talk about the latest decision on monopole installation between Southport and Bridgeport. The council conformed to its written opinion to its decision in the fall to deny United Illuminating's application to build overhead transmission lines. One Connecticut resident has reason to celebrate this week, or rather 6.8 million reasons to celebrate. That was the dollar amount of the winning lottery ticket sold at the Big Y in Groton Tuesday. All 6 numbers matched to hit the $6.8 million jackpot. The lump sum on that was just over $4 million. Reaction is continuing to pour in to Governor Ned Lamont's State of the State address Wednesday. Among his priorities, Lamont proposed sending families energy rebates of about $400 to help with heating and cooling costs. The rebates would be funded by strong capital gains revenue from artificial intelligence stocks. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, a declared Republican candidate for governor, expressed his displeasure with Lamont's address and specifically his energy plan, including the rebate.
It kind of abandons the notions of good government from Governor Lamont and is embracing kind of cynical election year policymaking that will not benefit the state in the long run, will not make the state affordable in the long run, is not a solution, but is simply kind of election year engineering or gimmickry.
Lawmakers have 13 weeks remaining in the current legislative session, giving them until May to pass their bills. Serving on jury duty, while a civic responsibility, is often an inconvenience for working adults. But just imagine being a 4-year-old and being summoned. That was the case for one Darien preschooler who received her jury summons in the mail recently. Of course, by mistake, as young Zara's name was likely drawn from the Connecticut Department of Revenue Services, which the state judicial branch says is the only agency that doesn't provide birth dates when drawing names. And if you're still undecided on who you're picking to win the Super Bowl this weekend, then just leave it to the Seals. Wednesday, the annual Maritime Aquarium Super Bowl pick happened with Mikey, the 2-year-old gray seal, choosing the New England Patriots to beat the Seattle Seahawks. The precise science behind the pick is a staff member throwing 2 footballs and Mikey retrieving the one he, quote, thinks will win the game. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Merritt Parkway slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And then across WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's here every afternoon to give it to you straight. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. The whining has already begun from the usual suspects, the state teachers, union heads, and everything now. And this is interesting. I'm going to shift gears here for a little bit and talk about something. It's in the news. I knew this was coming up a few days ago, but now there's a really good story about this. It's in the Hartford Courant, and it's written by Libby Stanford in the Hartford Courant. Now, I have just about no patience left for every teachers union president in this state, every municipal and state teachers representative acting like it's freaking Armageddon if not every single penny goes to public education. Yes, we spend an incredible amount every year on public education in Connecticut. And any effort that's ever introduced to say, hey, let's redirect a little bit of that, or even in this case, let's give people an option that doesn't even affect that. Oh, my God, the teachers' unions, the union locals, the union stewards, they cry and scream and moan like it's the end of the freaking world. Can everybody relax, please? I talk about this. Connecticut is weighing participation in a federal tax credit program to fund private schools. Oh, my God, private school. Listen. You hear that? You hear that right now? Yeah, you heard that noise, the one over there. That's the head. Those are the collective heads of local teachers' unions, heads cracking that the governor is even considering this. Please, governor, do this, if only to drive the unionized teachers nuts. Well, you don't support unions. I never said that. What I don't particularly appreciate is union pressure on any governor, left, right, up, or down, to say, no, we don't want you to do this because then we don't vote for you. That's cheap. Governor Ned Lamont is still weighing whether Connecticut will participate in the first federal tax credit program to help eligible families pay for tuition at private schools or academic tutoring and classroom supplies at public schools. Now, the U.S. Treasury Department has yet to issue specific regulations on whether state governors will be able to limit the use of funds to strictly organizations that serve public schools, according to experts here. We are actively assessing what's been released so far on the program. We're awaiting additional guidance before determining whether it can be administered in a way that safeguards the best interests of Connecticut students, families, and schools. That's David Bednarz, the spokesman for the governor's office. What he didn't say there is we don't want to tick off the teachers' unions. So we will try. This is me saying it, not him. But, you could have added to that, and we don't want to get the unions upset because they won't vote for us. Now, the federal tax credit program created under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill establishes, now get this, a new federal tax credit of up to $1,700. So you could get a federal tax credit of up to $1,700 if you make a contribution to a scholarship granting organization. The U.S. Department of Education defining SGOs as nonprofits that accept qualified contributions from individuals and use the funds to provide scholarships for education-related services at private or public schools. Now, the program is expected to start in 2027. Several education advocates say the program is akin to a voucher credit program in other states, which they view as denigrating public education. Oh my God. If people can write off a little bit for a contribution to a charter school or a private school, my God, Public education is going to burn to a cinder. Oh, for freak's sake, calm down, you people. The Department of Education said in a statement, in fact, that the scholarship does not take any money from local or state taxes. This would be a federal program. Instead, the program encourages volunteer. Oh, we can't have this now, can we, in a blue state? No, this will kill us. Instead, the program encourages voluntary charitable giving from U.S. taxpayers to support education services for qualifying students. And the thing that drives the teachers' unions nuts about this is that a lot of times, you know who benefits from this? Black students, Hispanic students, students of color, like they like to say, and helps them get out of rotten, underperforming schools. The feds say it will empower families to select schools, learning services, supports, or materials best needed for their kids' programs. 24 states have opted into the program, including New Hampshire, which agreed to it last month. So again, half the country at least, as opposed to what's happening here in Connecticut, apparently half the country is not putting on the knee pads for the teachers' unions, and they have leadership that says, hey, let's give this a shot. Let's see if it works. Kate Diaz, the president of the Connecticut Education Association, said the federal tax credit program is, quote, a form of a voucher program where we take public dollars and we assign them to individuals for the purpose of funding private education systems. As if that's bad. She said, quote, when we frame it that way, we're admitting that we're taking public resources to fund private entities that have no public oversight. Good, by the way, which is problematic to us. Oh, the teachers' union doesn't like it. While the federal tax credit feels like it won't have state impact. Now, listen to this. Listen to this verbal twister. Kate, and Kate's been on the show a couple times. I'm disappointed in her on this. Come on. While the federal tax credit feels like it won't have a state impact, the reality is that monies are taken out of federal coffers, reduce the ability of the federal government to contribute back to the states. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, verbal twister. Diaz said, we all need to understand that the current White House has done everything in its power to reduce its obligations to public education and public services. Why would we think that they're setting up a program to do anything other than that? All right, Kate, you're just being lazy now. You're just being lazy. This is ridiculous. This is just right. Fran Rabinowitz, frequent guest here on the radio station, executive director of the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents, said the program is not good for public education. Casey Cobb, a professor at UConn, also shared concerns about the new federal. Folks, this is not a tax credit on state taxes. This is on federal taxes. And then you'd be able to direct the up to $1,700 that you could contribute to, say, a charter school or a state school here in Connecticut from your federal. But no, we can't have that. Oh, my God. It just, it's like I say, we live in people say, well, Connecticut's the land of steady habits. Oh, yeah. Can I rename it the land of steady idiocy? And here's my point. And you may be a unionized teacher out there. You're yelling at me, screaming right now. How about we try it? That's all. See, again, folks, I say this all the time. This is a prime example of, I think, the most noise you get from people who don't want to try something different. Those are the same people who are afraid it might just work.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-690-6464. That's 800-690-6464. Again, that's 800-690-6464.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, the markets closed broadly lower today. Tech stocks leading the way down amid some concerns about valuation and the impact of AI. Shares of Google parent company Alphabet were lower after reporting better than expected results, but forecasting an increase in capital spending. Meanwhile, shares of Qualcomm also plunged after the chipmaker reported earnings that topped estimates, but provided disappointing guidance. In economic news, the Labor Department said that unemployment benefits rose more than expected the weekend of January 31st. Those were up 22,000 to a level of 231,000. Economists were looking for claims to edge up to 212,000. Claims now hitting their highest levels since the week ended December 6th. The Labor Department also releasing a separate report showing that job openings unexpectedly hit their lowest levels in over 5 years. In other labor-related news, the Bureau of Labor Statistics says that job openings hit their lowest levels since 2020. And President Trump making an announcement tonight unveiling the launch of TrumpRx.com, a direct-to-consumer, low-cost drug platform.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Merritt Parkway slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And then across WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And once again, our question of the day has to do, in case you're just joining us, thanks for hopping on. We appreciate it. It has to do with unmasking federal agents here in Connecticut. Now, of course, Governor Ned Lamont gave a rather pointed, boisterous denunciation of ICE yesterday, kind of a campaignish speech. And again, he's running for re-election in the blue state. Nothing overtly surprising about that. But now the two main leaders of the state Senate, Democratic gentlemen, Martin Looney of New Haven, Bob Duff of Norwalk, saying, hey, they want to put some sort of legislation in there that says it would be illegal for federal law enforcement agents to be masked, to be masked here in Connecticut. My question is this. Set aside from everything else, just follow along with me here. Let's do a little bouncing ball here, a little Mitch Mill. Sing along with Mitch. Follow along with Paul. Oh, the yellow rose of Texas. Remember that? I used to play that song at a radio station I worked at. What difference does it make from a practical, everyday standpoint of whether an ICE agent is wearing a mask or not? Now, there is a difference. A lot of people say, hey, you can't have these guys and gals not wear masks because they could get doxxed. Personal info can be posted about them. Somebody takes a picture. Oh, yeah, that's my neighbor. Or they use certain software. They use facial recognition. They find out where people are. Okay, I get it. I understand it. From that point of view. But by unmasking an ICE agent, can somebody please explain to me what that does for the current situation, other than give maybe some bad folks an opportunity to get a picture of that person and then start snooping around? Because that's the way I look at this. And I know there's a political aspect to it, and the Democrats here in Connecticut can say, see, we're fighting for you, these evil ICE people. And if that's their point of view, fine. But again, here we are in the state of Connecticut where we never really confront stuff. Like we make it sound like we're confronting stuff, but we don't. Governor Ned Lamont, here, I'm going to give you $200 an energy rebate. All right, Governor, that's good. What's the long-term strategy here? Is there anybody in the majority Hartford and party in Hartford, or Hartford and party? Is there anybody in the majority in Hartford who has come out and said, you know what? Now, there are Republicans who do this. I am going to be, very partisan about this. When was the last time you heard somebody in the Democratic leadership in Hartford, either in an interview or at an organized news conference, say, you know what? We're going to start an initiative to lower your utility rates, or at least, if you can't do that, if we can't do a hocus-pocus abracadabra thing here, at least say, you know what? We have to start projecting out now. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years. What's the state going to look like? What is the strategy that we have on things like that here in Connecticut? Now, I know individual cities and towns do, and kudos to them. But instead, we get caught up in former Pura executives, allegedly, wink, wink, nod, nod, the dog ate my text messages, conspiring together with a couple of legislators, to write op-eds crapping on the power companies. Okay, that's nice. That gives you your power trip. What is the solution to stop people from sweating and having heart attacks when they open their bills every month from UI or from Eversource? Is anybody saying anything about that in leadership? Or is everything from them Trump? Trump, yeah, but my electric bill. Trump, damn it. Trump. Okay. I guess. I guess that's where we. I'm wondering if the power grid. Trump. Okay. About the Millstone plant rates. Trump. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Merritt Parkway slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Andrew Krass, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Did you know that Apple started in a garage? Google started in a garage. So did Amazon and Hewlett-Packard. At the next rodeo, we have nothing against garages, but this is for those burgeoning businesses that started in backyards. Bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchens, home offices, and also garages. Small businesses with smaller beginnings that were looked down on, tucked down too, but had the smarts to survive and the grit to grow. And now they're ready for the next chapter, the next level. Now they're ready for the next rodeo. The Next Rodeo is a creative partner that brings world-class thinking to companies who know where they're going, no matter where they came from. The Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want is one great idea. Get the full story at thenextrodeo.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
You've heard the phrase addition by subtraction. Well, when it comes to soon-to-be retiring New York City Congressman Jerry Nadler, or as I like to call him, the Weeble, that certainly is the case here. Jerry Nadler arguing that now this is a sitting member of Congress, folks, from the once great Democratic Party, the party of FDR, the party of JFK, the party of Bill Clinton, the party of Harry Truman. He said Americans would be justified shooting ICE agents if they believed they were masked hoodlums attacking them and not one of the government's goons, as he put it. There you go. There's some perceptive thinking, huh? Nadler said if you were attacked by a masked person, you might think you were being kidnapped. You would be justified in shooting the person to protect yourself. Okay, Jerry, maybe most thinking people don't put themselves in that position. He said, here it comes, folks, here it comes. He said President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration has spurred, here it is, quote, fascism in our streets, unquote. When in doubt, go to the F word. Oh, my God. He pointed out the recent shooting of Renee Good as one example of what he's talking about. We see people being shot for what? For driving a car. You know, I don't know. Yeah, she was just driving the car. Oh, my God. Help us, please.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Authorities in Arizona say they still don't have a suspect in the disappearance of Savannah Guthrie's mother. But they have confirmed that blood found at the scene belonged to Nancy Guthrie. CBS's Cammie McCormick has some more on lingering questions.
Sheriff Chris Nanos went through the timeline of events as authorities know it.
Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects.
That could indicate the suspect knew how the doorbell camera worked, that it was there, and how to disable it. It also isn't clear if authorities are in possession of the camera, but the sheriff said tech companies are assisting in the investigation.
The U.S. and Russia agreed to reestablish high-level military-to-military dialogue for the first time in more than 4 years. Former CBS Moscow Bureau Chief Beth Noble.
The U.S. military says the aim of reopening the channel now is to avoid miscalculation and escalation by either side. This seems to me like another step by the Trump administration to try to create better relations with Russia.
Meantime, talks in Abu Dhabi between American, Russian, and Ukrainian officials on ending the war entered a second day. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is pushing for a public hearing now that she and former President Bill Clinton have agreed to testify before a House committee investigating convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton on social media called on House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer to, quote, stop the game, saying she and the former president want a public hearing. Comer said after the Clintons agreed to in-person depositions.
We're hopeful that they'll come in.
But Comer has previously pushed back against a public hearing, saying he would make a video of their testimony publicly available. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
Outside of the Washington Post's headquarters today,
it's not too late. It's not too late.
Demonstrators gathered to criticize the paper's decision to lay off more than 300 employees. The company is citing financial pressures and restructuring efforts. Protesters say it's a blow to journalism, and Washington Post climate reporter Sarah Kaplan says,
I can only speak for myself, but I am profoundly disappointed.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is responding to calls for his resignation after revelations in the Epstein files that the man he appointed ambassador to the United States, Peter Mandelson, had an ongoing relationship with a convicted sex offender.
Mandelson was asked directly about the nature of his relationship with Epstein. He was asked whether he had stayed at Epstein after his conviction.
Starmer says Mandelson concealed the relationship, and when that information came to light, Starmer says, quote, I sacked him. Amazon shares dive as costs climb along with revenue. This is CBS News.
Take control of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Watch with Jill Schlesinger on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A train derailment this morning in Mansfield has resulted in the issuing of a shelter-in-place order. Around 9:05 this morning, a freight train derailed. 13 cars in total derailed, and 6 of those cars fell into the water of the Willimantic River. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection says some of those train cars were carrying a flammable liquefied fuel. The rail line operating the train, New England Central Railroad, said that as it was a freight train, there were no passengers on the train, just one engineer and one conductor, both of whom are okay and were the ones who called 911. Mansfield Fire Marshal Adam Libros says they are recommending residents in the area shelter in place with their windows shut out of an abundance of caution. The Connecticut Department of Transportation's Office of Rail is investigating the derailment and why it happened, and Mansfield town officials say the cleanup is expected to take a number of days. Route 32 was closed between Route 44 and Route 275. And if you're still undecided on who you're picking to win the Super Bowl this weekend, then just leave it to the Seals. Wednesday, the annual Maritime Aquarium Super Bowl pick happened, with Mikey, the 2-year-old gray seal, choosing the New England Patriots to beat the Seattle Seahawks. The precise science behind the pick is a staff member throwing 2 footballs and Mikey retrieving the one he, quote, thinks will win the game. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Merritt Parkway slow ride starts in Stamford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Andrew Crass, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm sorry. I just got an email from somebody. I'm just laughing. Oh, man. I knew you'd like that line. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. To mask or not to mask? The Democratic majority in Hartford, coming off of Governor Ned Lamont's campaign speech yesterday that was disguised skillfully as a State of the State address, Messrs. Looney and Duff saying, hey, we're going to pass a law that does not, in most cases, now I know there'll be cutouts there for local police, maybe going after drug gangs and whatever, but is going to make ICE agents unmask in Connecticut. Why exactly? What difference is that going to make? The only thing I could see is putting ICE agents at risk. Now, the notoriously incompetent, and thank God he's leaving Congress, Congressman Jerry Nadler, I told you just before the break, saying, well, there's fascism in the street. These people may get shot. Oh, these people, you never know. Somebody may shoot them. Jerry, I got to tell you, when you leave Congress, the collective IQ of Congress is going to climb by about 30%. Go the freak away, you. Stop with the fascism thing. And look, I'm not saying ICE doesn't deserve to be scrutinized, especially after what happened twice in Minnesota. I get that. But again, you had two situations where people put themselves, I'm sorry I'm going to say this, it doesn't justify people getting killed, but in life, whether it's at a protest or at work or handling a gun, what do people tell us? Be careful of putting yourself in danger. You have an incompetent governor out there, and you have an incompetent mayor, and you have an incompetent police chief. Why do I say that? Because you never see the cops. You have people trying to break into a hotel, and where are the cops in Minnesota? Where's the National Guard? Where are the state police? Nothing. Oh, yeah, smash the windows, whatever. But explain to me the point of having ICE operating in Connecticut, and they were in my hometown of Wally World the other day. They got rid of, I guess, a bad guy there. Thank you, Mayor Cervoni, for just telling people, get out of the way. Let them do that. What is the point, please? Can somebody tell me, of having ICE operate with no masks on? How does that change the situation? That's how I think. Okay, we're going to do this. Why exactly? Jerry in Stratford's here. Jerry, how are you?
Paul, I'll answer your ICE question, but I'll tell you first,
if
your listeners want lower electricity bills, we're the second highest in the lower 48, 75% over national average. You don't need $200 more in your pocket. You need 200 less Democrats in Hartford.
That would work.
It's high because of public policy that they enacted. Regarding the answer to why they want to unmask ICE is very easy. The Mexican drug cartels, who have killed police officers, journalists, politicians, and their families, they make good on their threats.
Yeah.
So what the Democrats, they understand that ICE is getting rid of future Democrat voters. The whole point of Biden opening up the border was to bring in millions of more Democrat voters. So ICE is getting rid of them. So what they want, the reason why people want them unmasked, is to make them fearful, to make them less effective, to cut down on the number of Biden illegals being deported, and to keep up, therefore keeping the number of future Democrat voters. And as you had mentioned the other day, they're counting them in the census.
Yes.
So it keeps the keeps the electoral count up.
Yep.
That's the whole point. So this is not about public safety. It's about trying to make them unsafe. Again, there are credible threats, right? There's threats to kill these people that have been issued. So I just think we can't look at this as anything other than pure evil. It's self-servingly political. That's why they want to get rid of the masks, because they're getting rid of future Democrat voters.
And, Jerry, yes, to your point, thank you. I'm starting to see more and more articles now that we're about halfway there. I saw one in a couple of very popular Substack blogs. A lot of Democrats saying, oh, man, between the Trump crackdown, the closed border, and people migrating south, oof, the House ain't looking good after that 2030 census.
As March approaches, NCAA basketball is just heating up. Get on board for all the action of Big Ten basketball on WICC. Every weekend, hear matchups from across the country live. Every basket, every buzzer beater, every single moment. NCAA basketball lives here. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a 3-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333.
Winter's here, Connecticut. Tackle any terrain in a new Land Rover Defender from Land Rover Fairfield. Gear up with the latest skis and apparel for the slopes at CB Sportif in Westport. Rugged elegance meets peak performance with enough space for your CB Sportif gear and family in your new Land Rover Defender.
Professor, how did you crack where these big prizes come from on the multiplier scratch tickets?
A lot of coffee and...
We discovered the prizes multiplied by 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, and even 100 times.
$200,000 in a single scratch.
Who solved it? I did.
Play the new multiplier scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery. Multiply your wins and maybe enjoy your own eureka moment.
Overall odds, 10x the cash, 1 in 4.24, 20x the cash, 1 in 4.06, 50x the cash, 1 in 3.72, 100x the cash, 1 in 3.54. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline, 888-789-7777.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Heller. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
For the best FCAC high school basketball coverage, tune in Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for Nothing But Net. Every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Nothing But Net, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident between exits 10 and 13 on the Wilbur Cross southbound accident reported exit 51 in Hamden. On 95 northbound, plan on an hour grunge through Fairfield, and in New Haven on 91 south, an accident reported between exits 7 and 6. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Southern Connecticut. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And a guy who's been on this radio station going back a couple of decades, not nearly 100 years, but we always like to hear from former Republican State Senate Leader John McKinney of Fairfield. You can catch John with our other buddies there, including Tom Dudchick on the Capitol Reports Sunday mornings in the AM, 10 a.m. on News 8. Hey, John, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well, Paul. Thank you very much. Nice to speak with you.
Have you recovered from the speech yesterday, John? You know, I said to myself watching it, and I want to know if you thought this too. I said, okay, he's probably going to make a mention of ICE. You know, the far left of his party would go nuts if he didn't. He did the Thomas Paine thing at the beginning, but boy, in the end, John, you know, and I had some listeners here call up, John, who watched the governor like you do, and they said, wow, where did that come from? Did you have that thought or not?
No, I thought he would mention ICE. I think what surprised everyone is, you know, Governor Lamont is a very measured person, and you know, obviously his hallmark has been fiscal stability, keeping our guardrails, making sure Connecticut pays off its debt. And I've always told people those aren't topics you can really get emotional and excited about. But I think what some people don't remember is that, you know, Ned Lamont burst onto the political scene in Connecticut when he ran against Joe Lieberman for the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate. And his main issue was he was opposed to the Iraq War. He was very passionate in his opposition to Joe Lieberman's support for the war. And so I think we saw, you know, when Ned Lamont is really passionate about those types of issues, he's not afraid to show that passion. And I think he did with that line regarding ICE. I also think, Paul, though, that obviously that was going to be the line that got most of the attention. But I'm not sure, and it will be interesting to see if reporters, or if you're lucky to get them on, if they press the question is what really did he mean when he said, you know, for ICE to go home, we're keeping Connecticut safe without you? Because the line before that, he says, everywhere ICE goes uninvited. So I think people are assuming he doesn't want to let ICE anywhere in Connecticut. I'm not so sure about that because he used the word uninvited. And I think he was specifically referring to what people are seeing, you know, on the news and on social media happening in Minneapolis. You know, the question for him would be if there is someone with an ICE detainer who's here illegally, who's committed a crime, who's being released from a jail in Connecticut, can ICE come get that person? And I think he would probably answer yes to that question.
Yeah, and John, it's interesting. What I said when I heard that yesterday, and obviously, as you say, he was emotional. John, I've always thought that the hallmark of a good leader, especially somebody like Governor Lamont, who you say is usually measured, would be to say something like, look, we see what's going on in Minneapolis and other cities right now. And it's a passionate issue. I know not everybody agrees on this issue, but I will do my level best to make sure we're not caught off guard, you know, yada, yada, yada. Kind of the thing, John, where I say the great statesmen and women, right, and you've seen this over your years, they step back and they say, well, yeah, I know I won 55% of the vote, but I didn't win 45%. I didn't win the other 45%. So how do I frame an issue like that I'm not looking at the other 45% to say, well, the heck with what I think about you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand that. And I think, you know, I spoke to him after the speech, but we didn't talk specifically about what was behind that statement. I think, you know, partly he's just truly passionate about it. And the other thing, and maybe I'm a little cynical sometimes, he is running for re-election, and he does have a more socialist Democrat, Josh Elliott, who's trying to primary him. This is obviously a very, you know, divided issue where the core of the Democratic Party feels very strongly one way, and the core of the Republican Party very strongly the other way. So that may have played a role in how he, you know, sort of brought that line out. But generally, I think you're right. I would think Ned Lamont is more the type of guy who's going to come out and say, listen, we need cooler heads to prevail here, and we need to find solutions rather than what we're seeing on the TV.
And I was told, I think it was by Dan Haar or somebody else I had on here, that now that the governor is running for a third 4-year term, John, the guest, by the way, is John McKinney, I guess from what I hear, he's got a little bit of a younger staff here, which would make sense. I mean, the governor's in his early 70s, and you know how campaigns turn over. And John, I just wonder, everybody is kind of poo-pooing Josh Elliott here. Very visible guy, but he hasn't even broken $100,000 or something. Well, you know what, John? They poo-pooed Zoran Mamdani, too. I mean, remember like at 2 years, Mamdani. I mean, this guy, backbencher in the New York Assembly who's never had a real job. And, John, I just wonder if Josh Elliott were to get this to a primary. I don't know, man. I just wonder, maybe that wouldn't happen, but I wonder if there's any concern at all, John, in the governor's camp about that.
I don't think there is. I don't. Okay. I personally don't think Josh Elliott will get to a primary, at least at the convention. He would then have to go get petitions, which is very hard to do. But I still think the governor's very strong. My youngest lives in New York City, and she was telling me that running up to months before the Democratic mayoral primary, that all of these kids in their 20s were just seeing TikToks and social media and Instagram and all these other posts about Zoran Mamdani. So I don't see Josh Elliott being able to penetrate enough within the Democratic Party like Zohan was able to do there in New York City.
Yeah, and John, my son and his partner live in New York City, both young, both upwardly mobile, late 20s, early 30s, and the same thing. I mean, he told me he would get these Mamdani videos all day, and that was the core that propelled him. But what does that say, John, about campaigning now in the future? I guess leaflets and pamphlets don't matter anymore, John? What do you think?
No, they aren't. Even in local elections, you can see the influence of the social media campaign and the really unfortunately for an old guy like me who likes picking up the newspaper, right? The less importance that mail has, because people just consider it junk mail and especially newspapers. So it is a different world, that's for sure.
John, finally, anything, I mean, there were really no wow moments. I thought yesterday, now the $200 and the $400, hey, we're going to pay your electric bill, for a month or two. Okay, that's nice. That was leaked a couple of days earlier. But as far as other stuff, John, listen, and he made, as many people were surprised at the ICE thing, he relied on his economic stability message there. So nothing really that I saw that was like an oh wow moment. How about you?
No, very steady hand. Not, this is the second year of the state budget, so they have a state budget. As governor, you want to make as few tweaks to it as possible. The legislature is another subject. He did announce a couple of smaller programs, which I think will have a big impact, especially places next door like Bridgeport, where he's going to put some money in for free breakfast for public school kids.
I like that.
Because that's really important, as you know, reduced lunches. But I think the rebate is going to be a very interesting topic. When I first ran in 1998, John Rowland and the legislature did a rebate.
Yes.
My first year in the legislature, they did another rebate. And really, and Dan Malloy proposed one, and then he didn't do it because our revenues fell.
Yeah.
What the rebate is that the Democrats see surpluses. They want to have new programs, spend more money. The Republicans say, well, we have a surplus, which means we're overtaxing. Let's cut taxes.
Yeah.
Both of those are built into the budget years going forward. So the rebate was always a political compromise. How do we help people make Connecticut a little bit more affordable? But it's only a one-year expenditure. It's not digging into the budget year after year after year. I'm not sure it's going to happen, but we've seen this before. A Republican governor wanted to do it. A Democrat governor wanted to do it. So it's not anything new, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
John McKinney, catch him, and our buddy Tom Dudzik and Joe Arasimowicz and Liz and everybody on the Capitol Report, Connecticut Capitol Report, Sunday mornings at 10 on News 8. John, good to chat with you. We'll chat down the road, sir. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Paul. Always great talking to you.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
John. Appreciate it. Former Fairfield County Republican state senator and state Senate leader in Hartford, John McKinney, for years and years. All right, let's do traffic and weather together, news and all that. We'll come back on the other side, wrap it up here. A couple of things I want to point out to you coming up and more right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, residual delays in Stamford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. Overall, not much better than 95. On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, residual delays through Hamden down into the West Rock Tunnel from an earlier issue that has resolved. And in New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through the Long Wharf going into West Haven. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Proper outdoor lighting provides safety and security. Call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting for your home or business's outdoor lighting. PPC alarms can replace almost any exterior light with state-of-the-art camera floodlights. PPC Alarms camera floodlights provide safety and security detecting objects, such as people, animals, or vehicles. Camera floodlights are highly effective and a simple safety addition to any home or business. Go to ppcalarms.com to book a free consultation. ppcalarms.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. 5 days after Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy, was reported missing, Pima County, Arizona Sheriff Chris Nano says,
"At this time, we have not identified a suspect or a person of interest in this case. We are working our best to do that."
The FBI says the ransom note deadline for a monetary transfer is later this afternoon. President Trump is calling for a new nuclear treaty with Russia. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt repeats his social media statement.
Rather than extend New START, a badly negotiated deal by the United States, which I will add was renegotiated under former President Barack Obama, aside from everything else, is being grossly violated.
Some 22,000 customers in Mississippi are still without power, according to FindEnergy.com, after a deadly winter storm almost 2 weeks ago. CBS's Katie Weiss in Oxford.
I spoke to some power crews earlier this week who told me they have raised up hundreds of these new poles. They still have hundreds more to go.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The death of an inmate from the Garner Correctional Institution in Newtown is under investigation. Staff found the inmate unresponsive in his cell around 6:45 a.m. Monday and began life-saving measures. According to the State Department of Corrections, he was pronounced dead at a hospital. A train derailment this morning in Mansfield has resulted in the issuing of a shelter-in-place order. Around 9:05 this morning, a freight train derailed. 13 cars in total derailed, and 6 of those cars fell into the water of the Willimantic River. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection says some of those train cars were carrying a flammable liquefied fuel. The rail line operating the train, New England Central Railroad, said that as it was a freight train, there were no passengers, just one engineer and one conductor, both of whom are okay and were the ones who called 911. Mansfield Fire Marshal Adam Libros says they are recommending residents in the area shelter in place with their windows shut out of an abundance of caution. Route 32 was closed between Route 44 and Route 275. The Connecticut Department of Transportation's Office of Rail is investigating the derailment and why it happened, and Mansfield town officials say the cleanup is expected to take a number of days. The Connecticut Siting Council met earlier today to talk about the latest decision on monopole installation between Southport and Bridgeport. The council conformed to its written opinion to its decision in the fall to deny United Illuminating's application to build overhead transmission lines. The Stamford Board of Education will host a public hearing later tonight on the city's education budget. One of the concerns for the proposed budget is adjusting back to the original high school scheduling and handling the offset of potential costs related to that change. The meeting will be done in person, but people can also connect online. It's at 7 p.m., and the Zoom link can be found at StamfordPublicSchools.org under the Board of Ed section. Reaction is continuing to pour in to Governor Ned Lamont's State of the State address Wednesday. Among his priorities, Lamont proposed sending families energy rebates of about $400 to help with heating and cooling costs. The rebates would be funded by strong capital gains revenue from artificial intelligence stocks. Earlier this morning on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio, a declared Republican candidate for governor, expressed his displeasure with Lamont's address and specifically his energy plan, including the rebate.
It kind of abandons the notions of good government from Governor Lamont and is embracing kind of cynical election year policymaking that will not benefit the state in the long run, will not make the state affordable in the long run, is not a solution, but is simply kind of election year engineering or gimmickry.
Lawmakers have 13 weeks remaining in the current legislative session, giving them until May to pass their bills. One Connecticut resident has reason to celebrate this week, or rather 6.8 million reasons to celebrate. That was the dollar amount of the winning lottery ticket sold at the Big Y up in Groton Tuesday. All six numbers matched to hit the $6.8 million jackpot. The lump sum on that was just over $4 million. Service on jury duty, while a civic responsibility, is often an inconvenience for working adults. But just imagine being a 4-year-old and being summoned. That was the case for one Darien preschooler who received her jury summons in the mail recently. Of course, by mistake, as young Zara's name was likely drawn from the Connecticut Department of Revenue Services, which the state judicial branch says is the only agency that doesn't provide birth dates when drawing names. And the UConn women's basketball team is adding another game to the victory column. AZ Fudd scored at 25 points as the Huskies defeated DePaul 86-40 last night in Chicago. UConn is undefeated after 24 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound residual delays in Stamford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. Overall, not much better than 95. On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, residual delays through Hamden down into the West Rock Tunnel from an earlier issue that has resolved. And in New Haven, 95 south through Jamming through the Long Wharf going into West Haven. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Something that I just saw last hour, which is interesting. One thing the governor wants to do here is ban anybody under 21, and by the way, I agree with this, from prediction markets. Now, have you been following this? This is fascinating. You know, you have these betting websites that are generally run by casinos, MGM, the lottery has a... Sports betting is crazy, right? There are some foreign sites, some offshore sites. I get emails from them. In Europe, you can bet on politics. You can bet on world affairs. So there's this new... expansion of what are called prediction markets, where, yeah, you can bet on sports. So they're not particularly sports betting sites like Bet Rivers or MGM or FanDuel or DraftKings. You can bet on everything and anything that's kind of in the news or whatever. Now, the governor wants to ban anybody under 21 from the prediction markets, and this is a good idea because this is betting. But unlike sports betting, you're not dealing with a casino or a betting house per se that's got its own odd makers. Oh, the Patriots are minus 320 against the Jets this week. It's not quite how it works, if I can explain this any better. So in all the sports betting you see online and on television and hear about on the radio, it's generally run by these sports betting conglomerates where you are trying to predict if what they say is true or not. The prediction markets allow you to bet not on what, I guess the word used to be a tout, or a bookmaker, not on what a bookmaker or an odds maker thinks, but what people think. Governor Lamont wants to ban prediction markets from allowing anybody under 21 to use. The General Law Committee now looking at a bill that would require prediction market providers to verify that users are at least 21 and physically present in Connecticut. Now, you may say, well, what do you mean prediction markets, Paul? Well, the two biggest ones right now, and you should take a look at these. I'm not trying to get you hooked, but this is the next big thing. And you're going to hear about this. You're going to say, oh, yeah, that's sports betting. No. You're not, again, with the sports betting services, DraftKings, FanDuel, Bet Rivers, MGM, you know, and the ones run by the Connecticut Lottery and the Mohegans and, you know, the Mashantuckets. That is a sports book. You are trying to win by what you know, the odds makers think. On the prediction markets, you're trying to win based on what everybody else thinks. It's as if you had 10 guys and gals around a table, and you're watching them eat dinner. And they say, geez, who do you think's going to win Sunday, man? I don't know, man. The Patriots are looking real good. All right, show of hands. Who's with the Patriots this Sunday? And according to what I'm seeing here on the prediction markets, I'll give you the names in a minute. Basically, if you were trying to bet on that prediction, about 7 out of 10 people at that table, according to what the prediction markets are saying, on average, 7 out of 10 people would raise their hands for Seattle. 3 out of 10 would raise for the Patriots. So you look at that and say, 7 out of 10 people there, and maybe it's a good cross-section of people, right? You say, well, all right, well, if everybody thinks, and I really don't follow football that much, and again, these prediction markets appeal to people who don't necessarily follow sports, whereas the traditional betting sites, what's the money line? What's the point spread? What's the over-under? What's the parlay? No. This is a completely different thing. So the governor wants to make sure these markets are regulated in the state. So two sites I want you to check out. And they're you can look at these sites and just read them for hours and not place a bet if you don't want to. But these are great sites to look at to find out what are people thinking. See, when you go to the other sites, when you go again to DraftKings or FanDuel or MGM or Bet Rivers or whatever, that's what the bookies think. The Vegas odds makers. Some of them are very good. They get these point spreads right down to it. The prediction markets are what people think. So one of them is called, and by the way, you can read this place for hours because it's got a lot of politics on it too. And you may say, well, why would I want to bet politics? Because some of the people betting on these sites have inside information, which on these sites is not illegal. Did you read the story that somebody made $450,000 betting? I think it was on Polymarket. That's one of the sites. You ready for this? That the U.S. would invade Venezuela within X amount of time, and they did. And somebody won $450,000. So, and that wasn't illegal because these new sites work on the premise that we want to hear from people who have inside information. Whereas if the UConn men are getting bet on heavily because the other team's point guard has an ankle injury that somebody disclosed or didn't disclose or whatever, that would be illegal. So basically, knowing inside information on the prediction markets, which are now legal, and the governor wants to regulate, that's okay. So one I'm looking at here is called Polymarket. I want you to go check it out. I'm not telling you to bet. They're not an advertiser here at the station, but this is fascinating. And the political stuff is interesting because you might say, oh, Gavin Newsom is up there, or he's that low. I wonder if that's because a lot of people in the know are placing money on him. So one of them is Polymarket, Polymarket. The other is Kalshi, Kalshi. And it's interesting that on both markets, Seattle is about a 70% favorite to beat New England. But the short story is the governor wants to make sure that only those 21 and above can bet on the prediction markets, and I agree with that.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiked spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321-321. That's METER to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, residual delays in Stamford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. Overall, not much better than 95. On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, residual delays through Hamden down into the West Rock Tunnel from an earlier issue that has resolved. And in New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through the Long Wharf going into West Haven. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy tonight with a low near 10. Friday, cloudy with a high in the upper 20s. Saturday, some light snow. It will be cold with a high in the upper teens, falling to about 10 by late in the day, and windy as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, and our question of the day is still up there. Glad to have you with us right now. If you're just joining in, make sure you go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT. What do you think about an idea from the state Senate Democratic leaders to say, hey, ICE or any other federal agents or local law enforcement should not mask up here in Connecticut? So keep on answering there. We'll get the cash out to you. I'm kidding. There's no cash involved. On a very serious note, man, this Savannah Guthrie story, this is awful. Can you imagine, what these families have to go through? Now, there has been an undercurrent here, and in cases like this, it's always interesting to see how law enforcement answers questions, especially if you're somebody in my line of work who I used to talk to cops all the time, on the record, off the record. You know, I'd call them up and get comments in the newsroom. All right, Lieutenant, I'm rolling tape. Okay. And they give you the official thing. And I would say, okay, the tape is stopped. Okay, Paul, you sure we're not being recorded? No. Okay, now let me ask you a couple things. Okay? Like, I remember the story that I won one of my broadcasting awards for. I got a tip one morning years ago from a police officer who gave me what he could on the record, and then when we were stopped, I said, "Hey, Lieutenant, yeah, okay. Now level with me. How close are we here?" And he, I remember him telling me something like, "Well, Paul, if you got some time today, I would suggest you go down to." Long story short, it was a major story. I won some awards on it. Anyway, police are responding to claims that Savannah Guthrie's brother-in-law, Tommaso Cioni, was a prime suspect in the disappearance of her mother, Nancy. The Pima County Sheriff's Department told TMZ, and by the way, TMZ is very accurate. 30-mile zone, TMZ. Yeah, I know it's a celebrity website, but Harvey Levin is really good. I mean, the guy's a lifetime lawyer, so he knows what to put out there and what doesn't. And TMZ is rarely, if ever, wrong. The Pima County Sheriff's Office telling TMZ on February 4th, quote, "We have not identified a suspect or a person of interest in this case. Detectives continue to speak with anyone who may have had contact with Mrs. Guthrie. We're also awaiting additional forensic results." They added, "We're not confirming the car being seized. We are unsure where that reporter is getting information." Rumors of Sione's involvement in the case began when a former News Nation host, Ashley Banfield, claimed that Savannah's brother-in-law had been ID'd as a person of interest. An additional statement from the Sheriff's Department read, quote, "While we appreciate the public's concern, the sharing of unverified or false information is irresponsible and does not assist in the investigation." Now, and maybe it's not him. Nobody knows. This poor woman. Oh, my God. But that wasn't exactly a no from the cops. Now, who knows what, but again, when sheriffs speak on this stuff, when police chiefs have to speak on this stuff, when public information officers have to speak on this stuff, it is real tricky. Tommaso Sione is Annie Guthrie's husband. The couple married in 2006. They have one child together. Annie Guthrie was the last person to see Nancy Guthrie, according to the Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos. We have a starting point. The family took her home from dinner about 9:30 p.m. to 9:45, so we would back that up to even say 9 or 8:30. The sheriff also said there were no red flags about Nancy's behavior before she disappeared. Nanos claimed that Nancy's family members were alerted to her missing were not until about 11 in the morning the next day. Well, it's a rough one there. And now they said, well, there's no ransom note. They say, well, no, it was sent to a local CNN affiliate. I just hope that number one, you hope that she's okay. And, number two, you just, to whomever did this, it certainly, again, it certainly looks like she was abducted. I know they found her blood outside. The camera's missing. I guess there were reports they were saying from a few days ago that people had noticed some sort of trespasser in the neighborhood. I don't know. But, man, I got to tell you, this is, do you imagine that? You leave your elderly mother at home. And, again, I guess the family is saying they dropped her off. They waited for her to get in the garage. I guess she was entering the house through the garage. They say they waited for the garage door to shut to make sure she was in the house, whatever. 84 years old. Man, I got to tell you, that's a rough one, too. That is. And, man, if they ever find who did this or a suspect, I just got to tell you, they make baseball bats for a reason. Just let me say that. I know that might be a tad crude, but can you imagine if that was your mom or your grandmother or great-grandmother? Oh, my God, 84 years old. Tuesday, and I guess they're piecing things together because I guess she did have a pacemaker. Some people have those pacemakers. I have had family members have them, friends have them, and they sync up with a phone synchronization device in your house or in your home to make sure that your cardiologist can have a real-time readout there. The technology is fascinating, but man, oh man. All right, let's put a wrapper on this one. We'll break a little early here, come back with a few more things. It is time for You Got It, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound residual delays in Stamford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. Overall, not much better than 95. On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, residual delays through Hamden down into the West Rock Tunnel from an earlier issue that has resolved. And in New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through the Long Wharf going into West Haven. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy and cold, low near 10. Cloudy on Friday with a high in the upper 20s. Light snow on Saturday, otherwise blustery and cold with a high falling to near 10 by later in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Celebrate love at Riverview Bistro's Valentine's Day Dinner Dance. Your evening includes 1 hour of assorted hors d'oeuvres, choice of dinner and dessert, and entertainment by the area's favorite DJ and vocalist, Billy Lopez. Love is in the air and on the menu, making RVB the perfect place for you and your love to dine and dance the night away. Looking for something a little more low-key? Regular dinner service will be available in the dining room and bar. Call 203-690-1616 to make your reservation today. Riverview Bistro.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the third best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurant's many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Hey, we'll get into this a little bit more tomorrow when we have more time. Maybe this will be my question of the day tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe I'll sleep on it. Maybe I'll do it right after we wrap up here. Should all K through 12 students in Connecticut, so that's a wide range there, that's a broad swath, kindergarten to senior in high school, right? 18 years old all the way back to 6, right? Almost the entire generation there. Should all those students have access, if they want, to free school breakfast? I guess the governor started his push for that today. He was at a school in West Hartford, obviously not a low-income area, but maybe that's his point. The governor joined school advocates at the Florence Smith STEM School in West Hartford. He wants universal free breakfast for students K through 12. He tried this once before. His budget directs $12 million for the effort. State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker said doing so would provide breakfast to another 164,000 students. The governor says he's also proposed spending $500,000 to allow all the reduced lunch students, which are roughly 13,000, to eat free. So there you go. Look, this state wastes more money on more stuff, including, some of the money we apparently can't find, and, investigation going on in Hartford. Let's make sure every kid eats. And again, I know what you're going to say. Well, those Fairfield County kids, they don't need, state provided breakfast. Really? They don't? And you know that how? You don't know what goes on. There are some weird parents out there. There are some weird situations. Maybe the kids don't like what mom and dad bring home. Maybe, maybe the kids just want Captain Crunch. And mom is sitting there going, honey, try some kale pancakes. They're delicious. Mom, please. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. Hey, folks, thanks. It's been an absolute blast. We'll wrap up the week tomorrow, Friday. Chris Williams, thank you. You stay there. News is right here.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. No sign of Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy, after her disappearance from her Tucson, Arizona home last weekend. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos.
We rushed what we thought was the best target for DNA. We did a rush through the blood on the porch. That was one we did. It came back to Nancy.
The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward. CBS's Andres Gutierrez on the timeline.
At 2:12 in the morning, there is software that flags movement inside the home, but investigators say that there was no video to recover. They have working with the different tech companies, one of them being Google, and at this point they have said they've exhausted every possible way to extract any video.
President Trump says